Check 1, 2. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. It is day number 2, the 50th Bonnechere Cup here in Eganville. My name is Tim Baltz, back with you once again for day number 2 here in Eganville as we are just about set ready to kick things off. Bright and early, as we mentioned yesterday. Hopefully you had a great time last night, enjoyed yourselves, and hey, lots to see and do here today. Don't forget to check out, if you have not gotten it yet, the 50th anniversary merchandise that is behind the tower here. The 50th Bonnechere Cup merchandise is right in the tent, right behind the main tower. So if you have not gotten that yet, please be sure to do so. We are going to go dive right into this right now. First heat race of the day is on track and ready to go as Formula 3 set to go. Reed Klinger, 221. Jordy Dingman, the 04. Blaine Stevenson, yesterday's winner of the 102. Gunnar Stern, the 220. Defending Bonnechere Cup champion. Tanner Foss, the 111. Gavin Peterson on the number 6. 5 laps is the scheduled distance for today as heat race number 1 in Formula 3 ready to go. Those of you watching live on Bonsai Productions, we hope you had a great night and glad you could join us here this morning. And for those of you listening live on our FM frequency 107.9, welcome to the Bonnechere Cup, the 50th edition. Formula 3 Heat 1 underway. Green lights are on. First heat race of the day is underway as they set sail into turn 1 and 2 for the very first time. First lap here Sunday morning as they work it down the back straightaway. We'll pick up the field as they come down the back stretch to turn number 3 and 4 for the first time. Off of turn number 4, lap number 1 of 5 is complete. And Tanner Foss ran great yesterday in every division he competed in. Between him and Blaine Stevenson in this Formula 3 class, they ran pretty strong, but right now, Foss, the race leader, will pick him up as they go to 3 and 4. And Foss looks like he got the lead back that time coming up off the turn down to the line. Oh, it's Blaine Stevenson picking up the lead. Foss was the one that got a little wide over there in corner number 3 and 4, and that opened the door for Stevenson to get through. Blaine Stevenson undefeated this weekend so far. Won everything he entered yesterday. Won both the Formula 3 and Pro Champ final. As they work it through 3 and 4 and down to the line once again. Blaine Stevenson, Tanner Foss, and Reed Klinger, the top 3. Coming around to the white flag lap this time by Stevenson, trying to run away and hide from everybody. That sled was quick yesterday. He'll work it through 3 and 4, right around the bottom side of the racetrack. White flag, this time by Tanner Foss, now under attack from Reed Klinger on the 221. We'll see if Klinger has anything for him, but nobody's catching Stevenson at this point as they work the back straightaway. He's got about 8 sled lengths over Tanner Foss as they hit turn 3 and 4. Checkered flag will be waving this time around. And the first heat winner of the day continues the undefeated streak. Blaine Stevenson, the winner. Tanner Foss and Reed Klinger, the top 3 in the first heat race of the day in Formula 3. So Blaine Stevenson picks up the win. His unbeaten streak continues. We'll move right into race number 2 in the day. It is Pro Formula 500, heat race number 1. We'll give you the lineup of drivers that are in the first of 2 heats in this division. Hunter Twyman, the 15 Polaris. Anthony Pettinelli on the 177 Polaris. Sabrina Blanchette scheduled to go in this one, 79. Yen Tremblay on the number 9 Polaris. Jarrett Van Dolder scheduled to go in the 991. Jonathan Major, 13X. Marcus Bilo had a good run yesterday, finishing on the podium in the Cole McMichael Memorial. He's ready to go in Pro Formula 500 heat race number 1. Again, want to thank Castle Building Center, 3 locations in Eganville, Pembroke, and Killaloe. And, of course, our presenting sponsor, Honest Herbs, with us once again this weekend. We'll talk about some of the great sponsors that are here with us this weekend as well. At our first plow break of the day, which will be up after the Supermod 340 heat race. Hopefully everybody had a great night last night, both here at the clubhouse, and of course, hopefully everybody got the chance to go over to the Legion to see Sidewinder. Of course, this is Pro Formula 500 heat number 1 of 2. Second heat will be up after this. And then Junior 120, 200, and 206 will be up after that for a 2-lap heat race. This one here, 5 laps in distance, first of 2 heats, Pro Formula 500. Chief Director of Traffic Control, Martin Boucher, is going to look him over. Looks the field over. Green flag will fly, and we're no. And Hunter Twyman to the penalty box. Penalty for going before the green flag is back to the second row on the start. So Martin will try it again. And we're underway. Field charges into turn 1 and 2, and we'll pick up the rest of them as they come back by this time. Looks like from where we're sitting, Pettinelli has the lead, but we'll check it when they come back by on the front straightaway to turn 3 and 4. Everybody scrambling for position right now. Top 4 locked in tight together as they work it through 3 and 4. Down across the line, lap number 1 is in the record books, and it is Anthony Pettinelli, your race leader. They'll roll it through turn 1 and 2. Good battle for second going on. 4th place right there as well as they work the back straightaway off of turn number 2. Some changes to the racetrack overnight. Took some of the bumps out across turns 3 and 4 and a little bit better down in 1 and 2 from what we were told. That is Pettinelli, your race leader. As they go to 1 and 2, Marcus Bilo has made his way to the second spot, trying to close in on the race leader through turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway they go. Pettinelli setting sail, driving away. Bilo trying to run him down. Of course, Marcus had a good run, as we mentioned yesterday in the Cole McMichael Memorial, finishing 3rd. We'll see what happens this time by down to the line. Pettinelli enjoying a comfortable advantage right now over the rest of the field. About 5 sled lengths is the spread between him and second place Marcus Bilo as they hit the back straightaway once again. White flag will be displayed. Battle is on for the runner-up spot. Bilo has it. Change for second as they go to turn 3 and 4. Bilo trying to fight back on that outside lane. Nothing doing up there, though. As Hunter Twyman picks up the spot. White flag is in the air. Final trip around as they go to turn number 1 and 2. It's Anthony Pettinelli, Hunter Twyman, and Mark Bilo, your top 3 as they work the back straightaway for the final time. Checkered flag will be waving, and Anthony Pettinelli sets it up on the bottom of turn 3 and 4 and will grab the win in heat race number 1 of 2 for Pro Formula 500. Hunter Twyman, Marcus Bilo, the top 3 in this one. Pro Formula 500 heat race number 2 ready to roll trackside. Driver's not wasting any time. They want to get out there right away. So safety lap coming up here. Well, was Cubby lining up for the next race? I don't know. He's got the grader out. That's a new one. one of our graders here for track cleanup. Cubby at the wheel. He can do what he wants to do. He's allowed to. Man, safely in his executive parking spot. So that was the Van Dolder 991 just going out for a quick test lap out there. And then we'll bring heat race number 2 for Pro Formula 500 back out on the racetrack for their second heat of 2 today. Those of you just getting to the racetrack today, we welcome you to the 50th Bonnechere Cup. This is day number 2, the big day, 50th time this event will be contested. Timmy Baltz up top side once again. Glad to be a part of this event once again. I'd like to thank everybody that's been a part of this race this weekend and, of course, in years gone by, too, the 50th edition. Sponsored by Castle Building Centers and presented by Honest Herbs. Glad to have those 2 great sponsors on board. Of course, plenty of great sponsors and plenty of great people to talk about as well, so we're going to take care of that at our first plow break here later on. Don't forget, if you have not yet got your 50th anniversary merchandise, Scott and Shannon, please be sure you get that before you take off today. Scott's pretty well equipped. Shannon, we need to do some work. Almost sold out from what we were told, so they're going fast. So that was the Van Dolder sled, what we were talking about earlier. We just saw the driver out there, kind of a new rider on that sled. Jared actually had an ankle injury yesterday in a crash suffered in one of the events yesterday in turns 1 and 2. So surrendering that ride to another driver. We'll get the driver name on it for sure, but that is the plan going forward with that. 5 laps in this second Formula 500 heat race. Pro Formula 500. Nicholas Proudier, the 16. Luke Lacasse in the 20. Joseph Pettinelli in 178. Sam Shanks, the 919. 3 Dale Hunter. And yesterday's Cole McMichael Memorial winner, Jamie Bound, the 83. Jamie all the way from Uxbridge, Ontario, Canada. We're set to go again. 5 laps is the scheduled distance. And Pettinelli already put to the penalty box here before we go green, but we'll see how it all shakes out. He's fast. Green lights are on. We're back underway. And we'll pick the field up when they come back by as they work through 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Looks like Pettinelli already making some big moves on that outside lane through turn number 1 and 2. Has already picked up 3 or 4 spots and looking for more as they go to turn number 3 and 4. First lap of 5 set to be completed. And it's Nicholas Proudier out in front of the field. Jamie Bound second. Pettinelli up into the 3 spot right now, but Sam Shakes 4th as they go to turn number 1 and 2. Second heat, Pro Formula 500 underway. And right now, it is Nick Proudier out in front. He finished 3rd yesterday in the Cole McMichael event. We'll see what happens if he can continue that great run from yesterday into today. We'll see what happens off of turn 3 and 4. Jamie Bound chasing him down into turn number 1 and 2. Jamie picked up a couple of final wins yesterday as well. Had a great day and meant a lot to him. He said to win that Cole McMichael Memorial race yesterday afternoon, he's going to try to do it all over again here today as they work it into turn number 3 and 4. This time by 2 laps will be left to go. And Nick Proudier has some company now. Jamie Bound right there with him, about a half straightaway back. There's the 919 of Sam Shakes, and he is going at it with Pettinelli as they go to turn number 1 and 2. Pettinelli had him for 3rd, but Shakes got it back as they go through turns 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. In the meantime, top 2 have pulled away. Nick Proudier has the lead, but Jamie Bound is right there with him, trying to find the way back by. Proudier gets up off the inside part of the racetrack. That's going to allow for Jamie Bound to close in at the white flag lap. Final time into turn number 1 and 2. Padre down low, and Jamie Bound right there with him. He closed in again up off the turn. Brought it down to about 2 sled lengths as they go to 3 and 4 this time. Will Jamie Bound have enough to get by as they head up through 3 and 4? Checkered flag will be waving this time by Jamie Bound. One more try off the turn. Not going to happen. Nick Pradier gets the victory. Second will be Jamie Bound, and at the line for third, Sam Shakes will get the spot. So that will do it. Pro Formula 500 is complete. And Nicholas Padre is your winner. Junior 120, 200, and 206. Ready to roll trackside for their heat race. 2 laps around the big oval today for the kids. And we'll give you the rundown of the names of all the drivers that are in this one. Of course, they're split up into 3 separate divisions here. We'll just run them all down. Charlie Philibert out of Eganville. Peyton Pilon on the number 8. This is the 120 division. Cohen Neff in the 124. Bryson Bow in the 83. Joshua Henderson Todd on the number 7. Also out there in the junior 200 class scheduled to go, Theodore LeBlanc. So just the 120s on track. Executive decision was made overnight to kind of separate all these divisions. We had been running them all together in one shot, but decided to separate them and give the 120s a chance to showcase their stuff all on their own. And these drivers are moving. That's Bryson Bound aboard the 83. Got a pretty big lead right now. Again, these drivers just on the 120 class. The 200 division will come up in just a couple of moments. Again, we talked about this yesterday. We always say every year, you know, the next Bonnechere Cup champion could come out of this class. Well, we're pretty darn close to that right now, in my opinion. Martin, I don't know how you can keep up this fast pace out there with these kids. They're having a good time, though. They're going to have a lot to talk about when they get to school on Monday morning. What'd you do this weekend? I built a snowman. What'd you do? I drove as fast as I could around a great big racetrack on a snowmobile. I'm cooler than you. White flag is in the air. Kids finishing up their final lap, and then we'll go to the 200 division. They're lined up in the staging area, ready to go. Again, if you're just joining us on Bonsai Productions live stream, glad you could be with us. Everything is running up to par today as the checkered flag waves on the 120s. Looks like that's Bryson Bound taking the checkered flag in that one. So a good opening heat there for the 120 class. 200 division will be up next. And in that 200 division, Theodore LeBlanc on the number 12. 2 number 12s out there, Theodore LeBlanc and Lincoln McInnes. Lauren Dara, 481. Micah Polobiski-Yonin and Christopher Henderson Todd on the 47. That is the drivers lined up in the junior division. Of course, Howard Hologroski is watching the live broadcast all the way from Vancouver. Your brother's here, by the way. He came up and found me in the tower, and he wanted me to send a special shout-out to you watching the live broadcast. All the good folks from Beausejour are here today in the VIP area, so that was what I was told anyway. But he's being a good boy, so he just wanted to send a quick shout out to you, and hopefully you're having a good time watching the races wherever you may be today. And those of you watching live on Bonsai Productions, glad you could join us here, day number 2 at Eganville for the 50th Bonnechere Cup. Day number 1 was a great time, and we'll try it all over again today. Some great racing already to start things off. So the 120s are complete, and we'll bring the Junior 200 division out here next. Rundown of some of the racing action you're going to be seeing here very shortly. As we mentioned, the Junior 120 and 206s will be up after the 200 class, and then we'll go Limited Fan 500 for 2 heat races, 4 laps each, and then Supermod 340 heat race for 3 laps. That's what's on our schedule up until the first plow break, and of course DJ Shannon has been roaming around the pit area here, and of course all over the place here in Eganville, and we're going to be talking to some of the top stars in the Pro Champ division. From what he has told me, he snuck over there and got a couple of words with Gunnar Stern and Blaine Stevenson, because they've been one of the two of the drivers to beat here this weekend. But we'll see what they have to say. It's like Claire Murphy, 13, Genevieve McCormack, 411, and Macy Witt, the 11M, have also joined this field. As the 200s and 206s out there. These ones are a little bit quicker than the 120s. And first trip around, again, 2 laps these drivers will do here today as they bring it down to the line. Looks like it's Micah Polobiski-Yonin leading the way. He had a good day yesterday. Every division that he competed in, he pretty well had them covered. Genevieve McCormack, she is listed in the 206-120 division. And she leads the way for that division as well. So 2 drivers right there that are working their way through the ranks in snowmobile racing, and we could see them, hey, you never know, could see them in Formula 3 Pro Champ sometime down the road. So Martin's got the white flag in the air, final trip around for Micah Polobiski-Yonin. As Genevieve McCormack, she'll lead the way for her division as well. 206 class. And then we'll move right into the first of 2 heat races in Limited Fan 500. That division always draws a big field. First of 2 heat races in the Limited Fan 500 will be coming up here in just a moment as the juniors finishing up their final lap of the day. We'll see them back here later on for their final. As the first limited fan heat in the staging area getting set and ready to go. One of the highlights of today as well, scheduled. We'll keep you posted on this, but there is a possible meet and greet with our Pro Champ drivers later on this afternoon before they climb aboard their sleds and get ready for the Pro Champ final, the Bonnechere Cup later on, 50th running. Brought to you by Castle Building Centers, presented by Honest Herbs. Glad to have both of those great sponsors here with us. Again, we'll talk about those and other great sponsors and people who have made this event what it has been over the last 50 years now. A very successful one. Do that at the next Plow break here today. Is the first heat in the limited fan 500 is waiting in the staging area. Just waiting for some of the junior drivers to make their way to the backstretch gate to head back to pit road and make their final adjustments for their final later on. And here comes the first heat race now for limited fan 500. We'll give you the rundown of who's supposed to be in heat race number 1. Dave Chesterman on the 01 Polaris. Levi Virch had a good run yesterday as well. The 10X out of Eganville. Thomas Post from Millbrook in the 57. Brandon Gourlay from Beachburg, 327 Skidoo. Josh Rickard out of Iroquois Falls on the Polaris, 706. Tyler McInnes from Port Hope. The Polaris number 8. Will Myatt, 33X from Griffith on the Skidoo. So we're going to get everybody lined up where they need to be. And we'll turn them loose. 4 laps will be the distance in both limited fan heat races. This is heat race number 1. Heat 2 is staged and ready to go next. And then to close out this first group of races, it'll be Supermod 340. Again, those who are here with us right now, glad to have you here with us here in Eganville for day number 2. Those of you watching on Bonsai Productions, hopefully you're having a good early morning watching us do our thing here as we've done here for 50 years now. If you're tuned in on the 107.9 FM frequency, glad to have you there. Also, set to go green, 4 laps. Limited Fan 500 is underway. And we'll check on who has the lead as they go to turn 1 and 2. Looks like that might be the Gurley 327, but we'll check it when we come back by. Everybody stacked up from second on back as they hit the back straightaway. One driver making a big move on the outside lane, looking for second. Can't quite get there. Drop in line to third. In the meantime, as they'll work it through 3 and 4, down across the line for lap number 1. It is Brandon Gourlay out in front. And we mentioned Brandon was fast yesterday as we got a battle for the number 3 spot, heating up down the back straightaway. We'll check that when they come back by, but Brandon Gourlay is your race leader as they motor through turn number 3 and 4, back down to the line to complete lap number 2. Again, only 4 laps to get it done. But Brandon Gourlay has got some company now as they head up into turn number 1 and 2. Bringing it down the back straightaway, Brandon Gourlay in command. About 2.5 sled lengths is the spread there between him and second place. As they go to turn 3 and 4, the white flag will be displayed this time by. Final trip around for Brandon Gourlay, trying to take home a win. Final trip around, heat race number 1. And Gourlay has jumped out to a big lead here as they go to turn number 3 and 4. Checkered flag will wave, and Gourlay will get the victory in heat race number 1. So Limited Fan 500, heat race number 2, ready to roll to the racetrack. It will be Jonathan Major, the 13X, Caleb Smith, 52X, Jeff Beach, 565, Sam Matthews on the 95, Maverick Palabuski on in the 79 XXX, Joel Sharon, the 818, and Dale Hunter on the number 3. Honest Herbs, well represented in this one for sure. Four laps is the distance. Supermon 340 will be up after this one to close out this first set of races today. Green flag is out and we're underway. As they head for turn 1 and 2 for the very first time, we'll pick up the lead battle as they work it through 1 and 2. Nearly 3 wide there for second. They straighten it out to at least 2 wide. And now down to single file as they go up into turn number 3 and 4 for the first lap of 4. And heat race number 2 as they work it across the line. Lap number 1 is complete. Joel Sharon, your race leader. Jonathan Major and Dale Hunter going at it for second and third right now. Major makes his way down low, and Hunter keeps it wound up through the middle of the racetrack. And they are having an intense battle for that number 2 spot as they work the back straightaway. Hunter able to get away. Major is right there, though, as they go to turn number 3 and 4. Now we got a 3-sled battle for that runner-up spot. Hunter has the runner-up spot. As they work it through 3 and 4, Joel Sharon continues to show the way. Sam Matthews makes the big bid on the outside for second. Dale Hunter now in a battle with Jonathan Major for the number 3 position as they go to turn 1 and 2. All this happening behind Joel Sharon. He has got the lead. Sam Matthews has made his way to second. Got a long way to go to catch the race leader, however. Still that battle between Hunter and Major for that number 3 spot continues. Hunter down low. Major up around the outside lane as we see the white flag. Final trip around for Joel Sharon. The 95 Sam Matthews there for second. Hunter and Major still going after one another for third and fourth at the moment as they hit the back straightaway. Major's going the long way around. Hunter's going to keep it down on the bottom, and Hunter will prevail down the back stretch in the meantime. Nobody's catching Joel Sharon right now. He's got the lead, a healthy advantage. He's going to grab the win in heat race number 2 for Limited Fan 500. Sam Matthews will cross in second. At the line for third, it's going to be Dale Hunter over Jonathan Major. So that will do it. Heat race number 2 for Limited Fan 500 is done. Supermod 340, heat number 1 of 1. Up next. Supermod 340 ready to roll. Hunter Sobolski is out there, but the only one able to answer the call from what we were told. So Hunter Sobolski will take a couple of laps here before we go to our first plow break. And then after the first plow break of the day, we will go the first round qualifying in Pro Champ. First of 2 heat races scheduled. So there were 4 sleds scheduled to go in that Supermod 340 heat race, but Hunter Sobolski answering the call. And Cubby is up on the wheel in that grader. He wants to get out there just like the rest of these snowmobile racers do. I've checkered flag. He was starting to inch out towards the front straightaway, and they had to cue him over the radio to, hey, hold on a second. So, and that will do it. Signal has been given. And Cubby is on his way out, and the rest of the track crew to take the first plow break of the day. And we thank them for all that they do and what they've done this weekend for us. We'll talk about some of the great sponsors as well, but first, talking to some of the key players in the Bonnechere Cup for today. DJ Shannon got a word with a couple of our drivers. Well, welcome back, everybody. We are just about set to go. Another round of qualifying heat races today. Pro Champ first round qualifying heat race number 1 of 3 ready to go. I'll give you the lineup of drivers that are scheduled to be in this heat event. So again, Tremblay making a quick safety lap. Again, that was the same sled that was tangled up in the fence here in the front stretch, if we recall, earlier yesterday morning, one of the Champ Heat races. Good people got together, got that sled rebuilt yesterday, and again is back out there ready to go, and it'll be in heat race number 1. We'll give you the rest of the lineup here. Tanner Foss, well, he's back in the 111. Gavin Peterson on the number 6, Dale Dingman the 24, Reed Klinger the 221, Mark Donahue scheduled to go in this first of 3 heat races in first round qualifying for Pro Champ. So lineup is set. Getting the drivers ready to go over here. Again, 5 laps will be the distance in this heat race, first of 3. In round 1 qualifying for Pro Champ. Again, if you're just tuning in on the broadcast with Bonsai Productions, glad you could join us from wherever you may be. If you're watching live here in Eganville, glad you could join us here today, and hopefully you're dressed for the elements. Here we're listening on 107.9 FM. Glad you could join us there as well. Martin Boucher will look the field over, and no start. So we're going to try this one more time. So we got everybody lined up where they need to be. Tanner Foss and Reed Klinger will tag on to the second row. As Martin hustles over to his post there in the inside lane. Green will be out next. 5 laps is the distance. Green is out and we're underway. And Gavin Peterson got the whole shot there. We'll see if he can keep it going as they hustle down the back straightaway for the opening lap. Peterson in command of it as they work the back straightaway down to turn number 3 and 4. Good side-by-side battle there for the third spot. As we click off lap number 1, it is Gavin Peterson, Reed Klinger, the top 2. Foss making his way forward. He's moved his way to the number 3 position here in turn number 1 and 2. Foss up to third as they work the back straightaway once again. Klinger is second, but they're all chasing your race leader, Gavin Peterson. Whatever they've done to that sled overnight, they have got that thing working pretty darn good here as they come up off of turn 3 and 4 and down to the line. Klinger, Tanner Foss, that's your top 3 right now as they go to turn 1 and 2 and down the back stretch. Heat race number 1 of 3 and first round qualifying for Pro Champ is underway. And right now we're going to have a battle for the race lead shaping up. Peterson has it. Klinger trying to run him down and take it away. He's closed in on the taillight. Meanwhile, battle for the number 3 spot again. Mark Donahue's going to take it away from Tanner Foss down the front stretch. So Donahue up into the top 3 late here as we'll come by for the white flag lap this time by. Again, it is Gavin Peterson, the race leader. Reed Klinger there for second. Mark Donahue is making a charge here in the late going of this one. White flag is in the air. We'll see what happens on this final lap. Will Peterson hold on, or will Reed Klinger get back by to take over the lead? We'll find out here as they go down the back straightaway one more time. Final trip down the back straightaway. Gavin Peterson holds about 2 sled lengths over Klinger. As they go to 3 and 4, Mark Donahue trailing in third, checkered in the air. Peterson trying to hold on. He's going to do it. Gavin Peterson with the win. Mark Donahue, the top 3. Great run there in the opening heat for Pro Champ as heat race number 2 in round 1 qualifying up next. Heat race number 2 of 3 in round 1 qualifying for Pro Champ set to go. Gunnar Stern in the 220. Tom Olson, former Bonnechere Cup champion right there. Actually, 2 drivers right there with 3 Bonnechere Cups to their credit. Felipe Roy-Lalonde, he's also won here at the Bonnechere Cup. He did that back in 2018. Danik Lambert, the 3. Still looking for his first Bonnechere Cup as well. And Dane Klinger on the number 9. Polaris, heat race 2 of 3 here for the 50th Bonnechere Cup Pro Champ round 1 heat 2 qualifying today. Brought to you by Castle Building Centers and presented by Honest Herbs. Once again, if you want some 50th anniversary merchandise from the Bonnechere Cup, it's at the tent behind the tower, and you're going to have to get it and get it fast because it is flying off the shelves, flying off the coat racks down there. So be sure to go down, see the good people. They'll hook you up with as much merchandise as you can handle. Heat race number 2. Pro Champ ready to go. Martin Boucher is going to look him over. 5 laps the distance. Green is out and we're underway. Gunnar Stern jumps out in front of the field, a place where he's familiar with here in Eganville. Winner of the last 2 Bonnechere Cups, looking to make it a 3-peat here today, and he's got a good shot at it as he works into 3 and 4. He's got the lead in this heat race as they bring it through 3 and 4, down to the line, lap number 1. Danik Lambert is second, Tom Olson there for third as they go to turn number 1 and 2. Stern working his way through 1 and 2 down the back straightaway. Lambert is able to keep pace with him, but that's about it. Not able to close the gap like he wants to. Tom Olson trying to close the gap. The 2020 Cup champion trying to find his way towards the head of the class as they bring it across the line to lap number 2. But Gunnar Stern well in command of the field right now as they work it through 1 and 2 one more time. Again, the separation is about 5 sled lengths down the back straightaway. It's Tom Olson trying to move in on Lambert to pick up second as they work through 3 and 4. A couple of teammates right there as they work it across the line. Lap number 3 is in the books. And Gunnar Stern showing no signs of letting up whatsoever. Gunnar looking to be the first 3-peat champion of this race. The last one to do it was Jacques Villeneuve back in 95, 96, and 97. But Stern looking pretty strong up off of turn number 3 and 4. The white flag in there for Gunnar Stern. Danik Lambert, Tom Olson, that's your top 3 at the moment. With Dane Klinger and Felipe Roy-Lalonde completing it. Checkered flag will be in the air, and Gunnar Stern continues his strong run here at Eganville. He'll pick up the win in heat race number 2. Second will be Lambert. Tom Olson will cross in spot number 3, and that will do it for heat race number 2 of 3. in round one qualifying for Pro Champ. Heat race number 3 ready to go trackside next. Heat race number 3 ready to roll to the racetrack next. Blaine Stevenson, we saw him win a Formula 3 heat earlier today. He's going to be back out on the 102. Quinn Wojcik, the 26. Luke Lacasse on the number 20. Jordan Sabetsky, the 24. Travis McDonald on the number 8. Sabrina Blanchette, she won the last chance qualifier yesterday. Also picked up the win in the Supermod 440 final, did Sabrina. So she'll try to improve and not have to run that last chance qualifier. Gavin Peterson and Dane Klinger also made the Pro Champ final through that last chance race yesterday. Blaine Stevenson pulls to the line. He'll be looking for his second Bonnechere Cup in the last 4 years. He did it back in 2023. Sabrina pulls up along with Serbetsky and McDonald and Quinn Wojcik. That is the field for this one. Third and final heat for Pro Champ. Next up will be Sport Formula 500. First of 2 heat races on the day there. 5 laps for this one. Martin looks them over and we are green. And Blaine Stevenson doing what he has done all weekend long, jumping out in front of the race lead. Meanwhile, battle on for the second spot. We'll pick that up as they come down the back straightaway off of turn number 2. It is Blaine Stevenson, the race leader. Good battle here for the runner-up spot, as we had talked about. Serbetsky on that outside lane. Jordan Serbetsky will pick up second. Quinn Wojcik back to third as they head up into turn number 1 and 2, and they're still after one another for second and third. All that happening behind Blaine Stevenson. He's missing a heck of a race for second here, but I'm sure he doesn't mind one bit as he'll go to turn number 3 and 4. Jordan Serbetsky now to the runner-up spot. Quinn Wojcik is third as they bring it across the line. Sabrina Blanchette back there in the 4th spot. Travis McDonald in 5th. Working their way through turns 1 and 2. Blaine Stevenson is on rails here today. He was fast in Formula 3, won the heat race there, looking to remain undefeated on the weekend. Serbetsky back there to the runner-up spot as they go to turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line for lap number 3. Jordan Serbetsky second, followed by Quinn Wojcik in the 3 spot. Then it's Blanchette and McDonald, the remaining drivers in the field. White flag will be displayed this time by Blaine Stevenson. Wants to end this heat race early. He's got nearly a straightaway advantage back to Jordan Serbetsky in the runner-up spot. The white flag is in the air. Final trip around. Jordan Serbetsky doing all he can, trying to run down the race leader, but that is a Herculean task here today as Blaine Stevenson has been putting it to the field all weekend long. Checkered flag is in the air, and another heat win on the day. He got one in Formula 3, gets one here in Pro Champ. Blaine Stevenson on victory lane in heat race number 3, and round 1 qualifying for Pro Champ is in the book with Jordan Serbetsky and Quinn Wojcik, your top 3. And that will do it. Pro Champ round 1 qualifying complete. We're moving right on to Sport Formula 500, first of 2 heat races up next. Sport Formula 500 ready to go. We'll give you the lineup of the drivers that are scheduled to go in this first heat race. Dave Chesterben, the 01, Maverick Pelabuski-Yonan, 79 XXX, Caleb Smith, 52X, Josh Rickard, 706, Peter Jackson on the 720, Ava Aubrey, the 3X, Ryan Carson, the 501, Joey LaCroix is scheduled to go on the number 9X, or 9V rather, my apologies. Again, those of you just getting here to the racetrack today, we welcome you here to the 50th Bonnechere Cup, day number 2. You got people that are coming in from all parts of the country, tell them to dress for the elements. And we're glad you'd be here to join us here today as well. Timmy Baltz up top side, bringing you all the action once again here for the 50th Bonnechere Cup. Glad to be a part of this event for about the 14th year. 4 laps is going to be the distance in this one, according to Chief Director of Traffic Control, Martin Boucher. We're ready to go. Green is out and we're underway. And the battle is on through turns 1 and 2 in Sport Formula 500 as they head down the back straightaway. We'll pick up the leaders as they come down the back stretch. Looks like it's Maverick Palabuski-Janin out in front, but we'll check that when we come by. Lap 1 of 4 is set to be completed as they hustle down the front straightaway. And it is Maverick out in front of the field. Josh Rickard still there in position number 2. Back there third in is the 720, Peter Jackson. But Maverick showing the way as they hustle down the back chute one more time. Maverick well in control as they hustle through turn number 3 and 4. Josh Rickard right there in spot number 2 trying to run him down, but Maverick has been strong all weekend. Continues that trend here today. Again, Josh Rickard, Peter Jackson, that's your top 3. Really no changes on the field right now as they go to 1 and 2 and now the back chute. That Honest Herbs sled for Maverick is working really good. Maverick Palabuski-Janin bringing it into turn number 3 and 4. The white flag will be displayed this time by. And one sled off the pace on the inside of turn number 3. Everybody should be able to get by. And the white flag waves on heat race number 1 for Sport Formula 500. And Maverick Palabuski-Janin has had everybody's number here today and all weekend. And that is the 52 machine of Caleb Smith that was off the pace, has brought it straight to the infield hot pit. In the meantime, Maverick Palabuski-Janin will grab the win in Sport Formula 500 heat number 1. Heat 2 ready to go trackside next, once again for 4 laps. Heat race number 2 in Sport Formula 500, ready to go trackside. Aiden Walsh, the 108. William McCormack, the 420. Michelle Frenier, the 53. Colin Ranger from Eganville. Colin had a good day yesterday as well, picking up a final win. Brandon McMillan, the 63X. Alicia Robitaille in the 97. Sam Shakes, the 919. Colin Ranger did pick up the win in Sport Formula 500 in the final yesterday. Now we see the 991. That is the Van Dolder sled, but a new driver aboard it. We'll still working on getting the driver name for you, though. And again at the next plow break coming up in just a few moments' time. We'll be talking about some of our great sponsors. A lot of the people that make this event what it is today as the 63 of Brandon McMillan rolls to the Speedway from Lunenburg. He's lined up and ready to go. And I want to thank Castle Building Center and Honest Herbs, a couple of our main sponsors here this weekend. We'll talk about all the other sponsors and great people that make this show possible. We can do what we like to do every year. Martin looks the field over. Green is out. We're underway. And what a start for Colin Ranger. Boy, he jumped out almost a sled length on that initial start. Got the whole shot, and it shows, too. My goodness, he has got about 4 or 5 sled lengths already over second place as the battle for third goes on down the back chute. We'll pick that up as they go to turn 3 and 4. Meanwhile, off the corner, Colin Ranger making the hometown proud here. He's got the lead by a bunch. And the new hired gun on the Van Dolder sled. Again, Jared Van Dolder broke his ankle yesterday in a crash in turn 1 and 2, but his hired gun seems to be doing a pretty good job out there for him. A long way to go to catch Colin Ranger right now. Those that go to turn number 3 and 4. Ranger still in command of it as they work through turn number 3 and 4 and down the front straightaway one more time. It is Ranger in control. Coming up next, we will have the first heat race in Junior Semi-Pro and Pro 340. And then we'll run through 3 heat races of Semi-Pro Formula 500 and then first round qualifying and 2 heat races of Outlaw. But right now, Colin Ranger driving away from everybody. Second place, new second place rider out there. That is the 108 of Ian Welsh. White flag is in the air, and Colin Ranger shows the way down the backstretch. Got a big jump on the field on the initial start and has checked out on everybody. Half straightaway lead. Back to Aiden Welsh in second, and barring anything happening going into turn 3 and 4, it looks like Colin Ranger is going to keep going and keep the winning ways. He'll pick up the victory in heat race number 2 for Sport Formula 500 with Aiden Welsh in second. So Junior Semi-Pro and Pro 340 ready to go next. Looks like the McMillan 63 is stopped on the inside there of turn number 4, so we'll take one of our tow sleds over there to get him out of harm's way and back to the hot pit area and eventually to pit road. According to our schedule, this is race number 14 on the day for the 50th Bonnechere Cup, Junior Semi-Pro and Pro 340. Set to roll trackside next. Again, if you're just getting to the Speedway here today, we're glad you could join us. And if you're watching live on the broadcast, how you doing up there? Bonsai Productions, doing it well on the lift truck. That's awesome. I tell you, you and everybody else that's out here doing the outside work, you are troopers. Honest troopers today. People in the production truck, hope you can hear me down there. You got some really good people out here braving the elements. Cameras are working just great from what we were told, correct? Right? You're doing one heck of a job down there. Keep it up. As we're set and ready to go. And, of course, if you are listening on our 107.9 FM frequency, glad to have you there with us, too. If you're watching here live on the grounds, hopefully you're having a good time. Go get warmed up in the clubhouse. They got all sorts of – they got a really good breakfast over there, by the way. I saw a lot of racers and a lot of great people over there enjoying that in the clubhouse this morning. So take the opportunity to go see what they got. Of course, the adult beverages will be flowing here in just a few hours, so – don't worry about that. There's plenty of that to go around as the Junior Semi-Pro and Pro 340 ready to go. Green lights are on, and we are underway. Oh, we got one rider around and off the sled. Just a simple spin over there. Looks like he's up and walking around, so it should be okay. Not sure if he's going to be able to get it refired or not. And according to race control, we are going to go red on the racetrack. First red flag of the day. So our tow sled will be over there to turn number 2 to pick up the rider. Again, in this one, we'll give the rundown of the semi-pro drivers first. Micah Palabuski-Yun in the 99 XX. Lincoln McInnes, the 12. Curtis Gosselin on the 57. Genevieve McCormack, we saw her in the junior 200 division earlier today. And looking at the pro division, we've got Jada McInnes on the 19, Jenna Acker on the X15, Maverick Palabuski-Yun in the 79, Connor McRobert, the 213. So red flag is out, and again, we got the tow sled over there, and everything is all good. Rider just a simple spin and fell off the sled, but they're getting the rider towed back, and we'll be set to go. Again, this is Junior 340 Semi-Pro and Pro. They run both divisions together. Scored separately, obviously. Coming up in the next group of heat races, in this current group of heat races, should say, the Semi-Pro Formula 500, first round qualifying for them for 3 heat races, then first round qualifying in the Outlaw division. They will have 2 heat races today. Again, this is where it all begins. A lot of great drivers have come out of this junior class and have gone on to do some great things in the world of snowmobile racing, and a lot of them competing in the Bonnechere Cup now, which is pretty impressive stuff. We did not get a lap completed there, so it will be a complete restart. -1 rider. Set to go. Martin's going to look him over. And we have green. As the field charges into turn number 1 and 2 once again. And again, keep your eye out for the Palobuski-Yonnen drivers. They are quick, and they're leading their respective divisions right now as they hustle down the backstretch. Overall, they are 1 and 2. We'll figure out which one is which. They come down into turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line. Lap number 1. It will go up in the record books. It will be Maverick leading the way in the Pro division. Micah Palobuski-Yonnen running second overall right now as they go down the back straightaway. Honest Herbs well represented in the top 3 in this one for sure as they work it into turn number 3 and 4. Again, 4 laps is the scheduled distance. Or I stand corrected, 3 laps. My apologies. As Micah and Maverick head on down the front straightaway. As Genevieve McCormack running here overall 4th on the racetrack. Final lap around. Checkered will be waving this time by. As Maverick Palobuski-Yonnen continues. Strong weekend, picks up the victory overall here. It looks like Jenna Acker will pick up second in the Pro division, so that was a good run there for Jenna. We'll move right into Semi-Pro Formula 500 for the first of 3 heat races. And those will be 5 laps in distance as well. Outlaws will be up after that for their first round qualifying for 2 heat races, and those will be 5 laps in distance here today also. Heat race number 1 in the Semi-Pro Formula 500 on track, ready to go for 5 laps. Kyle Hoffman, the 359. Anthony Pettinelli at 177. Hunter Twyman, the 15. Brian Carson, the 501. Sam Shakes, the 919. Alicia Robitaille in the 97. Those of you new to snowmobile racing, see the drivers jumping up and down on the sleds. I know they're all happy to be here. That's one thing, but the real reason they're doing that is get those studs down into the track as deep as they can to get a good launch on the initial start. Set for green. 5 laps is the distance. First of 3 heats in Semi-Pro Formula 500. Green is out, we're underway. Pettinelli got a good start there in that inside lane on the initial start. He's got the lead as they work it down the back straightaway. We'll pick the rest of the field up as they come down to complete lap number 1. Top 3 have pulled away from everybody so far as they go to turn 3 and 4. Anthony Pettinelli in control of the field as they work it off of turn number 3 and 4 with Hunter Twyman second. And takes his third as they work in turn number 1 and 2. Bonnechere has been strong all weekend, trying to keep the roll going here as they hustle down the back chute once again. Bonnechere in control. He'll go to turn number 3 and 4 with a healthy lead, about 3 sled lengths, although that could be closing here very quickly. Hunter Twyman trying to make a race out of it as they come up off of turn 3 and 4 one more time and down the home stretch. Sam Shake's still there for third as they roll it into turn number 1 and 2. And then you got to go back to another straightaway for spots 4 and 5. Robitaille. I believe that is the Kyle Hoffland number 359, but we'll check that again when we come back by. All this happening behind one of the top 3, however, is Anthony Pettinelli continues to show the way in this 5-lap contest, first of 3 in Semi-Pro Formula 500. You see a lot of drivers in Sport Formula 500 running this division as well. And then you'll see some drivers running in the Pro class that run Semi-Pro as well. The only thing you can't do if you're a pro is drop down to run the sport division. In the air, top 2 are pretty well pulled away from everybody. Anthony Pettinelli has had the lead right from the drop of the green flag, but Hunter Twyman's trying to make a race out of this one. Hunter's right there within about a couple of sled lengths as they hit the back straightaway. We'll see if he can do anything with Pettinelli into turn number 3 and 4. Checkered flag will be waving this time by. Anthony Pettinelli with the lead. Looks like he's going to hold it to the finish. Pettinelli with the win over Twyman. And Sam Shakes will cross to position number 3. Good opening heat race there in the Semi-Pro Formula 500 division. Heat race 1 is done. And Anthony Pettinelli, your winner. Heat race number 2 ready to go trackside next. We'll give you the lineup of drivers that are scheduled to go in this one. Semi-Pro Formula 500 Heat 2 ready to roll to the racetrack next. Scheduled to go, it will be William McCormack, the 420. Marcus Bilo, the 22X. Joseph Pettinelli, 178. Colin Ranger, we saw him win in the sport division earlier today in a heat race there from Eganville, 77. And Nicholas Paudrier, the 16X Polaris, also scheduled for this heat race. 4 riders have answered the call, and that's what we're going to go with. So the Pettinelli, Ranger, Padre, and Marcus Bilo finished 3rd yesterday in the Cole McMichael Memorial event. Nicholas finished 2nd in that race. And we're set to go green. 5 laps once again is the distance. 2nd of 3 heats in round 1 qualifying for Semi-Pro Formula 500. Martin looks the field over, and again, Joseph Pettinelli is going to have to go to the 2nd row. A little quick on the trigger, but that's okay. Joseph's got a pretty quick sled. That Polaris has been working good all weekend. We'll see if he can continue on. Again, 5 laps of distance. Martin looks them over and we're green. Marcus Bilo got a good start, as did Colin Ranger, but Marcus is going to get the advantage on everybody as they go to 1 and 2. Colin Ranger is going to pull it up to 2nd as they hustle down the back straightaway once again. We'll catch the rest of the field as they come by for lap number 1. Marcus Bilo is your race leader, however, as they go to turn number 3 and 4 down to the line. Pettinelli has actually made his way up into 2nd. With Padre in 3rd, and Colin Ranger trailing in the number 4 spot at the moment as they go to turn 1 and 2 in lap number 2. It is all Bilo at this point. Top 3 still pretty close together. 2nd and 3rd going to have a battle there shaping up as they go to turn 3 and 4 with Marcus Bilo, your race leader, off of turn number 3 and 4. Joseph Pettinelli still there in 2nd. In 3rd. In top 3, driving away from everyone. Colin Ranger trying to figure out a way to catch the top 3 in the closing laps if he possibly can. But right now, Bilo has the lead. But for how much longer, that's the question. As the lead battle start to tighten up here just a little bit as they go to turn number 3 and 4. Bilo has it. Padre trying to take it away from him, though. Pettinelli right there with him, rather, as they come down the front straightaway. And Pettinelli is there. Padre still there in spot number 3. Good 3-sled battle for the lead. Pettinelli trying the long way around. He knows Bilo is going to keep that inside lane going, and a power move around the outside. Going to be Joseph Pettinelli picking up the lead as they go to turn 3 and 4. Marcus Bilo back to second. Nicholas Padre in third. Across the line, white flag will be displayed. And Bilo dropping a couple of spots here in the late going, but Joseph Pettinelli, who had to restart in the second row in the initial start, has the race lead as they hustle down the back straightaway. Nicholas Padre trying to reel him in as they hustle into turn 3 and 4. Checkered flag will be waving this time by. Checkered flag is out, and Pettinelli trying to hold on. Here comes Padre one more time. Not going to happen. Joseph Pettinelli will pick up the win in heat race number 2. Heat 3 will be set to go next. 5 laps once again. And then we'll go into 2 heat races for the Outlaw division. Their first round qualifying after that. And then we'll go into a quick track sweep. I believe a test lap coming up here for one driver. And semi-pro Formula 500 heat event will be coming up next. And that is confirmed by race control. Safety lap out there for one of the riders, so we'll give that. Then we'll move right into the third and final heat, semi-pro Formula 500. And then after that's over with, we'll go to the first of 2 heat races in the Outlaw division. Those of you who are here for the very first time and may not have seen what an Outlaw sled looks like, well, you'll get a good look at it when they come on out for the first of 2 heat races. They put on a really good show yesterday, and they'll do much the same today. So the test lap has been completed, and we will head into heat race number 3. Semi-pro Formula 500. Jamie Bound on the 83 is in this one. Michelle Frenier, 53. Dale Hunter also making the way out. Or excuse me, we'll catch the field when they come back by. Looks like that is Dale Hunter out there, but we'll check that again. And it is. Set to go green, and we're underway. And that is Dale Hunter out there in second, but Jamie Bound is the driver who's got the lead here as they go to turn 1 and 2 down the back straightaway. Jamie Bound continues to have a great weekend. Won the Cole McMichael Memorial yesterday. And looking to do it all over again here today in Semi-Pro Formula 500. He'll bring it down to the line. Lap number 1 is complete. There for second. And Michelle Frenier completing the rest of the field in this 5-lap event. Third and final one for Semi-Pro Formula 500. First of 2 Outlaw heats in the staging area, ready to go green next. And then we'll go into a quick track sweep and talk about some of the great sponsors and all the great people that have made this event what it has been. Of course, want to thank Castle Building Center and Honest Herbs for being a couple of our title sponsors here today, and we'll talk about all the great people who have made this what it is. The 50th Bonnechere Cup. Now Jamie Bound having a really good Bonnechere Cup weekend. He has been unstoppable here as of late. leading the way. White flag is in the air. Dale Hunter trying to give chase to him here as they come down the front straightaway. Final trip around for Jamie Bound. Just trying to end this one as quick as he can. As they work through turn 3 and 4 for the final time, checkered flag will be waving this trip around, and Jamie Bound will see the checkered flag from Martin Boucher, and that will do it. Jamie Bound, your winner in Semi-Pro Formula 500 heat race number 3. So the Outlaws ready to go next for their first of 2 heat races on the day. We'll give you the lineup of drivers that are in this one. And scheduled to go for heat number 1 for Outlaw is going to be Nathan Gebhardt, the 14, Kyle Schneider, the 1S, Rob McCall, the 62, Ryan Brown from Orangeville, the 24, Jeff Pirro, the 917. That is the list of drivers on deck for the first of 2 heat races. It looks like they're all going to be rolling trackside here from what we're seeing. And that has been told us by race control. So Kyle Schneider, the 1S, is on the call, the 62. The 24. Chris Plasky in the 19. Again, we had 2 heat races scheduled, but we are going to go with 1 full heat race here. So we are going to do that. And then we'll go to our track sweep. 5 laps will be the distance in the Outlaw heat race. Kyle Schneider, Rob McCall up on the front row. Green flag will wave this time by for 5 laps, and the Outlaws, and we are green. Kyle Schneider did not get going on that start initially, and Rob McCall and the others freight train him, kicked them back to the 4 spot already, but it is Rob McCall, your race leader, as he hustle down the back stretch to turn 3. As they head up into turn number 3 and 4, battle is on for the race lead, and Rob McCall has it down in front. Lasky there for second. Tariff holding on to position number 3 at the moment as they work it down off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. It's a 2-sled breakaway at the front with Rob McCall in control. He was fast yesterday, was just not able to get to the top 2. Chris Plasky had his way with the field yesterday, and he's trying to do it again as they're working across the line for lap number 2. McCall with your race lead, but here comes Plasky taking a look to that inside lane. He couldn't quite get the run he wanted. Now he sees daylight once again. Plasky pulls even terms with Rob McCall down the back straightaway, and it will be Chris Plasky to the race lead as they get set to click off lap number 3. Chris Plasky, your new race leader. Rob McCall back to the runner-up spot as they bring it across the line for lap 3. Kyle Schneider off the pace over there in turn number 3, moving very slowly towards the tail portion of the field. As they work it into turn number 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Schneider way up the racetrack here. He's just trying to slowly finish this one out if he can. In the meantime, Chris Plasky and Rob McCall nicing it up for the lead. McCall just about caught the hay bales over there in turn number 3 and 4. But they straighten it out, and Chris Plasky having another solid performance here today as they work by the wounded number 1S of Kyle Schneider. He gets well up out of the way of the leaders, but Chris Plasky well in command. Checkered flag will be waving, and Rob McCall still chasing from the runner-up spot. He's not going to be able to catch him, and Chris Plasky continues his winning ways here in Eganville. He'll pick up the Outlaw heat win. Rob McCall will cross in second. Robert Tariff will cross in position number 3. So that will do it. Joe Schneider comes home in the number 4 spot, struggling a little bit here today. Well, that will do it. The Outlaw heat race is complete. And in just a moment, we will be going to a track sweep. And again, don't forget to head to the clubhouse, see what they got going on up there. Tow sleds coming out to get a couple of wounded sleds off the racetrack. As our track sweeping crew comes out to see what's going on, clean the racetrack up for the next round of heat races here in Eganville. DJ Shannon has caught up with a couple of more drivers, some stars of the future. One you might recognize right here. Well, track sweep has been completed once again. Those of you who are just getting here to the racetrack today, welcome to the 50th Bonnechere Cup. My name is Timmy Baltz, one of the voices here in 2026. You'll hear via the microphones, and if you're watching live on Bonsai Productions, glad you could join us from wherever you may be. And if you're listening on the FM transmitter, 107.9, glad you could listen to us there. Quick test lap for one of the riders here before we go back under racing conditions. First of 3 heats in round 2 qualifying for Pro Champ is scheduled to come up next. Those will be 5 laps in distance each. Was told by one of our great staff members, the legendary Gracie Watson just told me that the 50th anniversary Bonnechere Cup merchandise has now been downsized to a mobile side-by-side. So if you're looking for that side-by-side, I believe that might be it right there. Well, we'll figure it out. They have all sorts of 50th anniversary Bonnechere Cup merchandise available. They just restocked the hats, and I'm told they're going faster than ever. So you're going to want to get that, see that side-by-side, flag them down, and buy as much as you can. We want to get rid of it all here today, and we want you to go home with a souvenir here from the Bonnechere Cup, the 50th edition. Here in Eganville, again, thanks to all the staff and everybody, volunteers and whoever else is here doing what they do. Thank you for all that you are doing this weekend to help make this event a success. Again, I want to thank the good folks at Castle Building Centers and Honest Herbs for being on hand with us this weekend as a couple of our major sponsors for this event. We'll talk about some of the great sponsors that are here with us all weekend long at the next Plow break. We thank you very much for everybody who has had their hand. It doesn't matter what you're doing, taking tickets or flipping hamburgers or cooking that great breakfast that they have every morning. We certainly do appreciate you. Pro Champ, round 2 qualifying, heat race number 1 on track, ready to go. Danik Lambert, the 3, Luke Lacasse on the 20, Dane Klinger, the 9, Jordan Serbetsky, the 24, Tom Olson, the 39, and Ian Tremblay, the 9 QC. Ready to go, green. Oh, we're going to call that one back. And that is the neat part about having the receivers in these drivers' ears, as they can call that start back from anywhere on the racetrack. So we're going to do it again. A couple of drivers went a little bit too early on that initial start, so we'll try it one more time. According to our schedule today, this is race number 20 of 54 on the day. In this group of heat races, it'll be Pro Champ round 2 qualifying 3 heats and Super Stock 440 rather. Junior Formula 500 for a heat race. Formula 3 heat number 2 will be up after that. And it'll be Super Stock Fan 440, 2 Outlaw heat races, and then Supermod 440 for this group. Right now we're focused on Pro Champ heat race number 1 in round 2 qualifying. Martin looks them over, and we're green. We'll see who gets the advantage into turn number 1 and 2. Nearly 3 wide there. That might have been Tom Olson that got the jump into turn number 1 and 2. But we'll pick up the leaders as they come by, as they roll through turn 3 and 4 and down the home straightaway for the very first time. And it definitely is Danik Lambert getting the lead as we go down to turn number 1 and 2. And Dane Klinger officially second right now as they hustle down the back chute. Battle going on for position number 3 at the moment. Jordan Serbetsky has it as they work through turn 3 and 4 and down the home straightaway one more time. Danik Lambert in control. Jordan Serbetsky fending off Tom Olson for that number 3 position for the time being as they roll through turn 1 and 2 and down the back stretch one more time. Danik Lambert has won a lot of races here in Eganville in his career. Would like to pick up a Bonnechere Cup if he possibly can. Right now, looking pretty good in this heat race with Dane Klinger second. Jordan Serbetsky third, Tom Olson fourth. And completing your field is the number 9 of Jan Tremblay as they work it down the back straightaway to turn number 3 and 4. Danik Lambert did pick up a Pro Champ heat win yesterday. Trying to get another one here once again. White flag will be displayed this time by for Danik Lambert. Klinger doing everything he can to run him down, but he's running out of time. Jordan Serbetsky still back there, position number 3 with Tom Olson fourth. Final time, down the back straightaway. Into turn 3 and 4. Danik Lambert will set it up on the bottom of the racetrack, and no contest. Danik Lambert picks up the victory in heat race number 1 for the second round qualifying and Pro Champ. At the line for third, by about a half a sled length, it's going to be Tom Olson picking up the third spot. Jordan Serbetsky and Jan Tremblay will round it out, and that will do it for heat number 1 already. Heat race number 2 and Pro Champ ready to go trackside next. Heat race number 2 for round 2 qualifying and Pro Champ, and we are going to see 2 of the top drivers in this class all weekend go at it. It will be Gunnar Stern, Blaine Stevenson in this one, Felipe Roy Lalone, Travis McDonald, and Gavin Peterson scheduled to go. Again, Stern, Stevenson, and Felipe Roy Lalone, 3 drivers who have won the Bonnechere Cup in the past. Felipe did it in 2018. Blaine Stevenson in 2023, and Gunnar Stern the last 2 years, 24 and 25. So we'll try this one in heat race number 2, and we'll see who has the fastest of those 2 drivers. Again, Stevenson and Stern have been the class of the field all weekend. But Gavin Peterson shows some muscle in that first heat race earlier today in round 1 qualifying, winning that one, but we'll find out how it all turns out. Again, 5 laps will be the distance. Chief Director of Traffic Control, Martin Boucher, looks the field over, and we are green. Even start. Gunnar Stern will take the lead as they go to turn 1 and 2. Blaine Stevenson caught around the outside lane. Stevenson kicked back to second, but he does the crossover move down to turn number 3, and Blaine Stevenson will try to take the lead. Can't quite do it, though. Gunnar Stern is going to hold him off as he crossed the line for lap number 1. Travis McDonald now there for position number 3 as the top 2 start to pull away from the rest of the field. As McDonald doing everything he can to try to keep pace, but in the meantime, it is Gunnar Stern in control of the field. Blaine Stevenson has won every heat race he's entered here this weekend and every final, by the way. We'll see if he can keep that roll going, but Gunnar Stern trying to break the streak as they work it down the back straightaway, and Gunnar Stern is pulling away. Blaine Stevenson trying to play catch-up here, something we haven't seen him have to do as they go to turn 3 and 4. Your top 2 are pulling away. McDonald is third, followed by Gavin Peterson in the 4 spot. Felipe Roy Lalone completes the field in 5th. Lap 3 of 5 are complete. And Gunnar Stern is pulling away. 5 sled lengths is the advantage over Blaine Stevenson as they go to turn number 3 and 4. It seems like between these 2 riders, whoever gets the hole shot and gets out in front and gets that clean air, they are going to be the fastest. White flag in the air for Gunnar Stern. Trying to claim yet another heat win here this weekend. Blaine Stevenson looks like the streak of consecutive wins here this weekend may come to an end. Stern with the lead, checkered in the air, and Gunnar Stern's going to bring it through turn 3 and 4. Takes the win over Blaine Stevenson in heat race number 2. Travis McDonald will come home in third, followed by Gavin Peterson and Felipe Roy Lalone. That will do it for heat race number 2. Heat race number 3 ready to go next. As Gunnar Stern gets that one, heat race number 3, the third and final heat in round 2 qualifying for Pro Champ will be ready to go next. Quinn Wojak, the 26, leads the way out. Dale Dingman, the 24. Reed Klinger, 221. Sabrina Blanchette, 79. Mark Donahue, the 88. Tanner Foss in the 111. See some people just pulling into the parking area over there off of turn 3 and 4. Glad you could join us here today. And round 2 qualifying for Pro Champ. Third and final heat race on track. They'll be back for another round of heat races later on. And it'll be Quinn Wojak, Dale Dingman, Reed Klinger, Sabrina Blanchette, Mark Donahue, and Tanner Foss. In this particular heat race, coming up after this, it'll be looking at our schedule. Super Stock 440 and then Junior Formula 500 after that. And then we'll come back with the second heat in Formula 3. Third and final heat for Pro Champ. In this second round qualifying, Martin looks the field over. And Reed Klinger gets the whole shot this time going into turn 1 and 2. See if he can keep the lead off of corner number 2 and down the back straightaway, and he does. Reed Klinger, the race leader. As they go to turn 3 and 4, the rest of the field giving chase. Top 4 breakaway at the front of the field right now as Reed Klinger looks to stretch that lead out as they come up off of turn number 3 and 4 and down the line. Tanner Foss, Mark Donahue, your top 3 early on. As they work it through turns 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway one more time. Reed Klinger, the race leader. Everybody single file formation, separated by about 2 sled lengths as they go to turn number 3 and 4 with Reed Klinger in control of the field as they work it down across the line once again. Donahue and Quinn Wojak now up into the 4th spot with Sabrina Blanchette in 5th. Down the back straightaway goes the rest of the field. Dale Dingman completes it. And one rider off the pace. It looks like that is your second place rider. And I believe that is Tanner Foss that went off the pace, and it was. Mark Donahue now jumps it up into second as they roll it into turn 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. And it's going to make things a little easier for Reed Klinger right now as they head up into turn number 3 and 4. Down to the line. White flag will be displayed this time by Reed Klinger, trying to take a heat win here in this second round qualifying for Pro Champ. Mark Donahue, Quinn Wojak, your top 3. Sabrina Blanchette back there in the 4 spot as they work in the final lap down the backstretch. And we got one rider slow off the second turn. Looks like that might be... That was your race leader, I believe. And Mark Donahue, he's going to pick up the lead and the heat win. Wow, what a turn of events that was. Quinn Wojak comes home second. Sabrina Blanchette third. Reed Klinger slows it to a stop over there in turn number 2. Wow, what a turn of events that was. Klinger looked like he had it wrapped up, but problems over there in corner number 2 for Klinger. So a tow sled will be over there to help him back to pit road. So Mark Donahue gets the win. And that will do it for second round Pro Champ qualifying. Super Stock 440 set to come to the Speedway next, followed by Junior Formula 500. Heat 2 in Formula 3. Super Stock Fan 440. The Outlaw heat race will be up after that, and then Super Mod 440 will round out this group of qualifying heat races. And then we'll move into the final heat races of the day after the track sweep with the third and final round in Pro Champ. And from there on, with the exception of a last chance qualifier for Pro Champ, it'll be all final rounds here in Eganville. Glad you could join us. Again, if you're looking for 50th anniversary Bonnechere Cup merchandise, there is a side-by-side that is rolling around the Speedway here, and it has all the paraphernalia that you will need to remember your 50th anniversary Bonnechere Cup visit. So hopefully you'll get a hat or a shirt or a sweatshirt or whatever they got together. They've got it all on that mobile side-by-side. Again, stop up to the clubhouse, see what they got cooking in the kitchen there. All sorts of good stuff. Pretty good breakfast this morning from what I've been told. A local minor hockey club doing their thing up there in the kitchen here today. We're glad to have them here with us as well. As we are set to go, Super Stock 440 ready to go trackside next for their heat race. Cody Zatto, the 6X, been pretty well the driver to beat in this one. He's in this one on that outside lane. Sam Taylor, 21X. Mark Richardson, 117. Gordon Archer, the 35X. Jake Zevenbergen, 777. John Mark Barban, 33X. Ryan Matthews, 95. Dave Smith on the number 1. And John Duff, 74. And we are set for green. 3 laps will be the distance. Green is out and we're underway. It looks like Ryan Matthews is going to get the jump there as they go to turn 1 and 2 this time. Cody Zatto didn't quite get the start he was looking for, but he's trying to make up some ground in that outside lane, and he does. He went all the way to second that time, but Matthews is your race leader as they go to turn 3 and 4. Cody Zatto there right with him in position number 2. Cody has been very quick here in these classes this weekend, but Matthews trying to make him earn it as they come down across the line for lap number 1. And Matthews still leads the way. Again, 3 laps is the distance. Not a lot of time to get it done. As they work through turns 1 and 2, here comes Cody Zatto. He took a peek to that outside lane. There was nothing there, though, as it comes down the back straightaway. Still holding on to position number 2, with Matthews still showing the way as they go to turn 3 and 4 one more time. Ryan Matthews, the race leader, coming down across the line. White flag in the air, and Cody Zatto is right there with him. He'll come down the front straightaway at the white flag. John Duff back there, position number 3 as well. He's trying to take advantage of maybe something happening with the 2 leaders to maybe take the lead away. Here comes Cody Zatto looking for the lead. Him and Matthews going at it down the backstretch. Looks like Matthews has got the straightaway speed. In the corners is where Cody Zatto makes up the difference here as he goes to turn 3 and 4. Checkered flag will wave this time by. Zatto on the inside. Matthews alongside. Down to the line. It will be Ryan Matthews picking up the win by about a sled length over Cody Zatto, with John Duff in 3rd. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Junior Formula 500 ready to go next for their heat event. 4 laps in distance for them. Race number 24 on our schedule of events here today. Glad you could once again join us. Junior Formula 500, Aiden Welsh, the 108, Ava Aubrey, the 3X, Connor McRobert, 213, Jada McInnes on the 19, Maverick Pelabuski-Yonin on the 79. Those were the drivers that were on the list for this one. Aiden Welsh making his way on out on the number 108. Four laps is the distance. After this, we'll go right into the Formula 3 second heat of the day. Green lights are on and away we go. And Maverick Pelabuski-Yonin jumps out into the race lead from that outside lane on the start line. And Maverick gets the lead to turn 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. Top 2 nose to tail as they hit the back straightaway. We'll pick them up as they come down off of turn number 3 and 4 here. But Maverick Pelabuski-Yonin has been fast all weekend long and even into today as they work it up off the turn. Look on Ava Aubrey, high side of the sled there just a little bit. Out Aiden Welsh to close the gap as they go down the front stretch to turn 1 and 2. Aubrey still holds on to second, but Welsh trying to take the outside lane, and Aiden Welsh moves up to second. Aubrey got kicked back to the 3 spot there as they work it off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. White flag will be displayed this time by final trip around. Maverick Palabiski-Janin is your race leader. Aiden Wells, Ava Aubrey, and the 213 of Connor McRobert going at it as McRobert moves to 3rd. Aubrey back to the 4 spot. Working it down the back straightaway, however. Maverick Palabiski-Janin has been the driver to beat. No matter what division Maverick has been racing in, he has been fast. Green, or checkered flag rather, set to come on out, and Maverick will get another win here this weekend. Aiden Welsh will cross in second. Connor McRobert and Ava Aubrey will complete the rest of the field, and that will do it for Junior Formula 500. Formula 3 heat race number 2, ready to go trackside next. Blaine Stevenson won the first Formula 3 heat race earlier today. He is in the staging area right now. Again, those of you watching with Bonsai Productions today on the live stream, glad to have you on board with us here this weekend. If you were watching yesterday, hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast. We certainly had a great time bringing it to you, and we're having a great time bringing it to you here today as well. Again, I want to thank Castle Building Center and, of course, our presenting sponsor this weekend, Honest Herbs. Glad to have both of them on hand with us, and we'll talk about some of our great sponsors, the entire list of sponsors that are here with us this weekend and have made the 50th Bonnechere Cup what it is, and we're glad to be a part of it as always. Timmy Baltz up top side, by the way, calling all the action for you this weekend once again. If you have not had a chance to pick up your 50th anniversary souvenir program for the Bonnechere Cup, you can definitely get one of those. They are located inside of the clubhouse atop of the hill when you make your way here today. And those of you listening on the FM transmitter, 107.9 FM, glad to have you there. If you're here in attendance today, we certainly do appreciate you braving the elements and joining us here this weekend. So a little change in the lineup. We're going to go with Super Stock Fan 440. Formula 3 drivers, if you can hear me, race control says you got a couple of minutes to get to the staging area. We have 2 riders there already. And if you don't get there by now, you miss the heat race. So all Formula 3 drivers scheduled to go in their heat race, please get to the staging area in the hot pit immediately. Thank you. Back to live action, Super Stock Fan 440. Cody Zatto has the race lead. He finished second in the previous heat race he was just in, and trying to make up and get a little redemption here, trying to get a heat win. And Justin Plow back there second in the 12 as they cross the line for lap number 1 in this one. Gord Archer holding on to spot number 3 as they roll it into turn 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Again, this is Super Stock Fan 440. Formula 3 will be up next. Then we'll go with 2 heat races in Outlaw and then Supermod 440 to close out this group of heat races. Not many heat races left after that, just the 3rd round of Pro Champ qualifying, and that will be it as Cody Zatto continues to show the way with Justin Plow second, Gord Archer third. And as white flag waves on this final lap, Jake Zevenbergen, the 777, completing this field. Checkered flag will be out this time by Cody Zatto. is going to make up for that previous heat race when he finished a close second to Ryan Matthews, but Zato will bring it off of turn 3 and 4 and collect the win in stock super stock fan 440. So Formula 3 drivers are set to come up next for their heat race. So it'll be Blaine Stevenson and Jordy Dingman for the Formula 3 division here. Gunnar Sturd, Reed Klinger, Jordy Dingman, Gavin Peterson did not answer the call for this, so we're down to 2. So Blaine Stevenson, Jordy Dingman, a little match race here, and again, we talked about those drivers in the junior division, the 120s that were racing out here. Well, Jordy Dingman was one of those drivers just a few years ago. He's matched up against a former Bonnechere Cup champion in Blaine Smith, who has been virtually unstoppable here recently, although he did finish second in the last Pro Champ heat. We'll see what Jordy Dingman can do. He's going to try to keep pace with Stevenson as they go to 3 and 4. As they work it through 3 and 4, down to the line, lap number 1 is complete, and Blaine Stevenson, the race leader. Jordy Dingman doing what he can to try to run him down. He's a little wide in turn number 1. He almost overcooked it there and got into the hay bales, but Jordy doing what he can do out here and learning a lot from Blaine Stevenson, that is for sure. Down to the line again, Stevenson will keep the lead as they cross the line one more time. Coming up after this Formula 3 heat race, we'll go right into the first of 2 heat races, or first heat race in the Outlaw division. Outlaw drivers down there ready to go next. As Blaine Stevenson brings it down through turn number 3 and 4. Healthy advantage. Blaine getting a little extra track time here for sure, running this Formula 3 class to try to help make his champ sled a little better. As he works in turn 3 and 4, the white flag will be displayed this time by Jordy Dingman. Just trying to finish this one out. White flag in the air. Again, coming up, scheduled to come up next, by the way, is the Outlaw heat race and then Super Mod 440. Blaine Stevenson has been quick all weekend. Again, he dominated yesterday in both divisions in the Pro Champ and Formula 3. He's going to win this heat race once again for Formula 3. Checkered in the air, and Blaine Stevenson will pick up the win over Jordy Dingman. So a few of our Outlaw drivers are making their way out to the staging area here. They are scheduled to come up next, and race officials are telling them to get on the staging lane to close out the next group of heat races. Will be Super Mod 440. That'll take us to race 29 on our schedule of 54 events today. And then the only heat races remaining on the schedule are the Pro Champ heat races. 3 of them in total for the third round qualifying. And that will determine I believe the top 9 drivers in the Bonnechere Cup. And then I believe it'll take 3 out of the last chance qualifier. But we'll confirm that with race control. Again, I want to thank Chuck and Scotty for doing what they're doing out here just in front of where I'm standing. Scheduled for Outlaw, but we have got it down to 1. The Supermod 440 drivers line up in the staging area for their final heat race of the day. Joe Schneider on the pole for this one. Chris Sarfy in the X24 alongside in that front row. Ronald Tariff, the number 4. Chris Plasky, the 19, the previous heat winner. Rob McCall, 62, will complete it. The only division on the weekend that will do a flying start, by the way. The rest of the fields will do that standing start as they always do. But these Outlaws are completely different. As you can see, Joe Schneider, they're off the initial start. Green flag is out and we're underway. Chris Plasky wanted to get to the front of the field in a hurry. He knows that Joe Schneider's really quick in that one as they work the back straightaway. And Chris Plasky flexes his muscle. He goes to the race lead down the back straightaway, although Schneider gets him back going into the corner. Plasky sails it in on that outside lane as they work it across the line for lap number 1. Drag race to the line. A sled link. Joe Schneider, Ronald Tariff, your top 3. As they go to turn 1 and 2, Chris Plasky, your race leader, as they work it down the back straightaway off of corner number 2. Schneider slips a little bit wide, opens the door for Tariff to try to get through with the 62 of Rob McCall and the number 24 of Chris Sarfy in that order. Down to the line, Plasky bounces through a bump off of corner number 4, and Ronald Tariff is taking from Joe Schneider. Schneider looks like he's got a problem on the right front ski on that sled. It looks like he may have a problem, and he sees it, and he pulls to the outside lane on the racetrack as Schneider, that right front ski is bent in a significant bunch, and he is going to take it straight to the infield pit area. But Chris Plasky is going to try to take it straight to victory lane if he can. And Rob McCall, your top 3, with Chris Sarfy in the number 4 spot in the 24. But Chris Plasky has had everybody's number this weekend. He won yesterday. He's trying to do it all over again here today in this only Outlaw heat event of the weekend. White flag is out. Chris Plasky well out in front. As Rob McCall trying to take the long way around Ronald Tariff. He's number 2. As they come down the front straightaway. So move Rob McCall to the runner-up spot. Tariff back to 3rd. Chris Sarfy holding on to the 4 spot, checkered in the air, and no contest again. Chris Plasky gets the victory and a dominant performance for him in this Outlaw heat event. Rob McCall, Tariff, and Chris Sarfy in that order. So that will do it for the Outlaw heat races. And Chris Plasky takes both of them here today in Eganville. Supermod 440. Heat race number 1 will roll trackside, and we'll give you the drivers that are scheduled to be in this one. Looks like 3 in the staging area. Brandon Gourlay, the 327, 22 of Andrew Dara. And Sabrina Blanchette in the 79. She won this final yesterday, looking to go back-to-back on the weekend. Sabrina, a lot of wins in multiple divisions here at Eganville over the years, from the junior ranks right up through into the Pro Champ divisions, where she's seen a lot of success, finishing 3rd in the 2020 Bonnechere Cup that year. Andrew Dara, Brandon Gourlay, he's got a heat win earlier today as well. Looking back through our list of heat winners, Brandon Gourlay picked up a limited fan 500 heat race win earlier this morning. Mark Van Boucher looks the field over, and we are underway. Andrew Dara picks up the lead as they go down the back straightaway. Sabrina looking to take it away, and she does. Look at the power down the straightaway. Sabrina Blanchette, your race leader. Had some problems with her Champ sled yesterday. Virtually destroyed the transmission right off the initial start. And they were able to get it back together for that last chance qualifier yesterday, and were able to get it fixed, and she won that. As we talked about, she won this division yesterday. And trying to do it all over again Andrew Dara still there in second. Brandon Gourlay is third, but Sabrina has been quick on this sled all weekend long. She's trying to keep the roll going as they roll it down off of turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line for lap number 2. 4 laps is the distance. Andrew Dara and Brandon Gourlay, the remaining drivers in this field as they hustle down the back straightaway. Sabrina pulling away about a half a straightaway lead over Andrew Dara down the back stretch. They'll see the white flag this time. Final trip around for Sabrina Blanchette as they work it through turn 3 and 4. White flag in the air for Sabrina. Dara still second along with Brandon Gourlay into the 3 spot. After this heat race, the next Plow sweep will come up next. Track sweep will be up after this. But in the meantime, Sabrina Blanchette sets it up into turn number 3 and 4. She's been dominant on the Supermod sled all weekend. Continues the trend. Sabrina Blanchette gets the victory in Supermod 440. Andrew Dara and Brandon Gourlay round out the field. And that will do it as our track sweep crews get ready to do their thing and get this track cleaned up and ready to go for the third and final round of Pro Champ heat racing action coming up after the track sweep. And then from there on, with the exception of a last chance qualifier for Pro Champ, it is all final rounds. We're going to talk about some of the great sponsors as well. And I believe DJ Shannon's caught up with a few more superstars around here in Eganville.
Back to him. Okay. It's plow break here. Sorry. Second, we're gonna get blown away. It's plow break time here at the Bonnechere Cup, which means it's time to meet people around the track. And am I sitting beside a ski whiz? You bet I am. But let's talk to the guy who owns, races, and built this thing. We're going to talk to Jonathan Major. Jonathan, first of all, what the heck is this sled, man? Everybody's curious when they see it out there.
I've got a 97 Ski-Doo Formula wrapped with a 70 Massey Ferguson Ski Whiz 500 SST for the 500 fan class here.
Okay, you got to have some kind of history with Massey Ferguson to go through all this effort.
On my father's side, my grandparents worked for the test plant out north of Toronto, so grew up with Ski Whiz. We all had tractors. It was a good time. Sorry I'm out of breath, just come off a heat race here.
Not a problem. I love the hood. I mean, that's classic Ski Whiz hood. That's 335. Get the heck out of my Ski Whiz way. I love the look. What's the reaction of people when they see it?
Everybody's always scratching their head, asking me what it is, what it's got for a motor. Everybody's always curious.
But what class are you running this in? And explain the class for us.
So it's a limited 500 fan. It's from 97 to, I believe, 94. It's mostly 488 Indy Polarises, the 503 Ski-Doos, and there's a Arctic Cat Jag here with a 500 Cougar motor in it.
They look over, they must be intimidated when they see the Massey Ferguson. I mean, the Red Barons are back. There's a lot of history of Massey Ferguson.
Oh, Dale Hunter and I were just having some good jockeying back and forth for third and fourth place out there. And I gotta say, what a blast. I just hope they don't mind getting passed by a tractor out there. But it's good to see the Red Knights are back.
Well, it's interesting too because in the history of snowmobiling, there's a lot of companies that made snowmobiles, 150 to 200, Massey Ferguson, and give us a few others like John Deere.
Oh, Gilson, you got Polaron, there's so many. Johnson, Evinrude, you can go on for hours if you want to sit here. We can talk Ski Zoom, Alouette, Ski Rule, MotoJet. I could go on for hours.
And the dealers back then, if you sold farm machinery or lawnmowers, you sold snowmobiles.
Yeah, Massey would always make deals. If you buy a new tractor, new combine, they'd throw in a nice Massey Ferguson Ski Whiz for you.
Well, the plows are out there. I think they're going to finish up their track in a minute, so you're going to get out there and kick some butt with the big red.
Oh, do my best. We made it to the final. That's all I'm happy about.
Let's get back to the track.
Thanks, Bill.
Well, once again, while they're taking a break out on the track, we're going to head to the pits. We're going to talk to some people. We're going to talk to Ryan Matthews. And if there's a guy who knows all about race sleds and racing, one more time, sorry. Ready? Okay. While they're taking a break on the track, Phil Malta here for Bonsai Productions. We're going to do a bit of some tours around the pits, and we're going to start here with Ryan. Okay. While they're taking a break on the track, Phil Malta here for Bonsai Productions. We're going to do a bit of some tours around the pits, and we're going to start here with Ryan Matthews from Cycle Salvage in Peterborough. If there's a guy who's fast on the track, especially it's Ryan. Ryan, what's your thoughts on today with the temperature of the track?
Track is holding up. It's got some cracks and stuff from the cold, but it's going to be a great day. It's pretty cold with the wind chill, but we're going to do it.
What kind of sleds do you and your son race when you're here?
So I have an SRX 440, 78, my GPX. Sam Taylor, our buddy, is racing an SS 440, and my son races a Fan 500. So that's actually an 89 500 Indy trail looking like an SRX 700.
You're big on the Yamaha theme here.
We've been Yamaha for years. I took on Arctic Cat in 2014, but I already had my race sleds, but you might see a Cat soon.
It's interesting when you look at vintage race sleds. A lot of the classes, the Yamaha motors are strong and everything from 292s. You've worked on them all.
Yeah, we have a 292 that's run second place in the World Championship at Eagle River with Carl Blight on it, and those motors have been strong for years.
What are your thoughts on the whole Eganville experience here?
This is a great track. This is my favorite place. They're all excellent, but this has a warm spark.
Vintage and getting sleds on the track.
Yeah, we've been here since the early 2000. We've been sponsoring since 2005.
And it must be great every time you make that turn at the food land to come down the laneway.
Yeah, you come here, we stop at Food Land, grab some food, come here, and you're set up, and it's beautiful.
Every track is different, but even on this track, they work it every summer. They've made some changes. What's your favorite corner here?
I actually like 1 and 2. That's my favorite. I don't know what's different about it, but that's my favorite corner.
And the backstretch, when you come down the backstretch, and you know all the other teams are cheering along that big blue, the big yellow sign that says Bonnechere. They're all cheering you on.
Yeah, I can hear my wife. She's the biggest woohoo girl here.
You can hear her all the way back in Peterborough.
I know. Don't remind me.
You guys have a fun time at the track here every time. It's always great to see you. Have a great day out there in the finals today. And back up to the action on the track. Phil Multa here for Bonsai Productions from Eganville, Ontario, and the Bonnechere Cup. There's a lot of experienced racers here on the track, and there's also some new racers on the track. This is Aiden, who's running the number 108. First time at the track this weekend.
Yeah, first weekend.
How was it?
Feeling good.
What was it like when you first got out there after practice and actually lined up for your first race?
Felt really good. Big track compared to the practice track I've been riding on the last few weeks.
So how did you get up to speed? Like, what are you running and how did you practice?
Just kind of went for it.
What kind of sled are you racing? What classes?
Liquid 500, sport and junior.
And what's it like out there? I mean, temperatures are cold. What's the track like?
Track's getting pretty rough now with all the big sleds out there. Pretty rutted out, but still good.
It must be quite the experience here racing at Eganville. This is the 50th running of this. For you to be here for the 50th, it must be a real experience.
Oh yeah, super cool. The big sleds, super loud, lots of good people.
Well, have yourself a great afternoon and good luck and welcome to racing.
Yeah, thanks, you as well.
Let's go back out to the track for racing action. You can hear them firing up. Back to the pits. Peterborough.
I know. Don't remind me.
Okay. While they're taking a break on the track, tours around the pits, and we're going to start here with Ryan Matthews from Cycle Fast on the track, especially. It's Ryan, what's your thought?
Got some cracks and stuff from the cold, but it's going to be a great.
What kind of sleds do you and your son race when you're here?
So I have Sam Taylor, our buddy, is racing an SS440 and my 500 Indy Trail, looking like an SRX 700. I took on Arctic in 2014, but I already had my race sled.
Race sleds. A lot of the classes, the Yamaha motors are strong.
Run second place in the World Championship at Eagle River.
What are your thoughts on the whole Eganville experience here?
This is early 2000. We've been sponsoring since 2005.
And it must be great every time you make that turn at the food land to come down the laneway.
Yeah, you come here, we stop at food land, grab some food, come here, and you're set up, and it's beautiful.
Every track is different, but even on this track, they work it every summer. They've made some changes. What's your favorite corner here?
I actually like 1 and 2. That's my favorite. I don't know what's different about it, but that's my favorite corner.
And the backstretch, when you come down the backstretch, and you know all the other teams are cheering along that big blue, the big yellow sign that says Bonnechere. They're all cheering you on.
Yeah, I can hear my wife. She's the biggest woohoo girl here.
You can hear her all the way back in Peterborough.
I know. Don't remind me.
You guys have a fun time at the track here every time. It's always great to see you. Have a great day out there in the finals today. And back up to the action on the track. Phil Multa here for Bonsai Productions from Eganville, Ontario, and the Bonnechere Cup. There's a lot of experienced racers here on the track, and there's also some new racers on the track. This is Aiden, who's running the number 108. First time at the track this weekend.
Yeah, first weekend.
How was it?
Feeling good.
What was it like when you first got out there after practice and actually lined up for your first race?
Felt really good. Big track, compared to the practice track I've been riding on the last few weeks.
So how did you get up to speed? Like, what are you running and how did you practice?
Just kind of went for it.
What kind of sled are you racing? What classes?
Liquid 500, sport and junior.
And what's it like out there? I mean, temperatures are cold. What's the track like?
Track's getting pretty rough now with all the big sleds out there. Pretty rutted out, but still good.
It must be quite the experience here racing at Eganville. This is the 50th running of this. For you to be here for the 50th, it must be a real experience.
Oh yeah, super cool. The big sleds, super loud, lots of good people.
Well, have yourself a great afternoon and good luck and welcome to racing.
Yeah, thanks, you as well.
Let's go back out to the track for racing action. You can hear them firing up. Back to the pits, Phil Multi here for Bonsai Productions, Eganville, Ontario, 50th anniversary of the Bonnechere Cup. We're going to meet a couple more races. Not only are they faster than me, they're a heck of a lot taller. Guys, what are your names and what do you race?
I'm Cody Jensen and I race 292 for the single fan.
I'm Kyle Leach and I run stock single fan and stock 340 fan.
You guys race against each other?
We do.
Yeah, we have a good time doing it, but part of Valley Racing, we're a good team and we work on each other's sleds and it's a good time out here.
I always see you guys smiling. You're always having fun. It doesn't matter what the temperature, what the track, what the conditions. You guys are always having a great time.
Oh, it never matters. The colder, the better.
Yeah,
the sleds love the cold.
We love the cold, and these Yamahas, they love the cold too, so we love being out here just for the fans, and it's definitely a great hobby to be a part of.
Now, you guys do a lot of work on these sleds. What are they and how much?
A lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort, but at the end of the day, we're out here, we're having fun, it's all worth it.
Oh, to breaking the engines down every year, changing gaskets, everything's always fresh every year, and it takes a lot of time and effort, and like you said, a lot of money, but it's all worth it in the end, and we definitely, we love being out here.
Now, about 15 years ago, I raced a single-cylinder bogey out there, and people think, oh, it must be easy. It is tough. Like, you got to be strong. So what's it like when people say, oh, when you race single, it's like, oh, yeah, what, you want to man up?
Well, let me say first, Phil, we've seen those photos of you on that skidoo, and we love them. It's definitely one of those big challenges on the bogies. Coming around those corners, you can't take it well like the slide suspension, but your body takes a beating. But like I said, it's all worth it in the end coming around. Holding on that sled for 5 laps, it's a challenge, but it's worth it.
Well, as you can hear, they're fired up on the track, so let's get back to the track actions. And thanks, guys. Have a great time. Single cylinders rule here at the Bonnechere Cup. Bonsai Productions live stream all day from Eganville, Ontario. I love the look of these classic Blizzards from 79, 80, 81.
Well, we're set to go. The third and final round of Pro Champ qualifying is set to go trackside. First of 3 heat races on the docket. Glad you could join us from wherever you may be. 5 laps in the first of 3 Pro Champ heat races in this final round. Scheduled to go in this one is Travis McDonald, the number 8, Luke Lacasse, the 20, Danik Lambert, the 3, Tom Olson, 39, Blaine Stevenson, the 102. Those are the drivers that are scheduled in this heat race, and we'll bring them to the line here momentarily. Glad you could join us again from wherever you may be. If you're watching live, the live stream on Bonsai Productions, glad you could join us there. Shout out to those in the production truck and all of our camera workers that are doing such a great job here today and all weekend long. If you're listening on the FM transmitter, 107.9 FM, glad you could join us there. If you're here in attendance, live and in person, well, we're happy to have you here as well. And thanks for dressing for the elements to enjoy the races here this morning and throughout the day. Third and final round of Pro Champ qualifying is on track, ready to go. Danik Lambert, Tom Olson, Travis McDonald, and Blaine Stevenson in this heat race. We're looking for green. 5 laps. The distance. Green is out. We're underway. And much like he's done all weekend long, Blaine Stevenson to the race lead as they hustle down the back straightaway. We'll pick up the rest of the field as they come back by. As they head up into turn number 3 and 4, it is Stevenson in control of the field. The 2023 Bonnechere Cup champion brings it across the line for the lead. Danik Lambert in a battle with McDonald for position number 2. And Danik Lambert is going to try to get it on that outside lane, and he will do so. So Danik moving to the number 2 spot, kicking the number 8 of McDonald back into position number 3 with Tom Olson 4th. Meantime, Blaine Stevenson checking out on the field once again. Danik Lambert doing everything he can to try to keep pace with them as they motor down the front straightaway for lap number 2. 5 laps is the scheduled distance. Blaine Stevenson in control of the field, motoring down the back straightaway, about a 6 sled length lead over the rest of the field. Danik Lambert, who does have a heat win today, holding on to position number 2 at the moment, as Travis McDonald right there, position number 3, and Tom Olson 4th. Blaine Stevenson, the 2023 Bonnechere Cup champion, well in command. Battle on for second right now. Danik Lambert has it. As they work it into turn number 3 and 4 one more time, a white flag will be displayed, and Stevenson well in command. Travis McDonald looking at the taillight of Danik Lambert as they go into turn 1 and 2. McDonald shoots to the inside lane, but that outside lane for Danik Lambert has been the key as he rolls it through the corner and holds off McDonald for the moment. Checkered flag is in the air. Blaine Stevenson trying to hold on and win another heat race, and he is going to do so, and he punches his ticket to the Bonnechere Cup. Danik Lambert, Travis McDonald, Tom Olson complete the rest of the field, so that will do it for heat race number 1 of 3. In round 3 qualifying for Pro Champ. And Blaine Stevenson won all but 1 heat race this weekend. He gets another one here in round 3 qualifying. Heat race number 2 set to roll trackside next. You see Gunnar Stern pulling to the line. Gavin Peterson, the number 6. Mark Donahue, the 88. He won his previous heat race as well. Sabrina Blanchette back out on the 79. She won the last chance qualifier yesterday, but looking to stay out of that last chance qualifier if she can. Has been dominant in Supermod 440 today as well, taking a final and a heat win yesterday and winning a heat race as well for that division earlier this morning. Again, if you have not yet had your chance to see the 50th anniversary Bonnechere Cup merchandise, the side-by-side is roaming about the area here today. So if you want to get in and get some of that 50th anniversary merchandise, please do so, because it is going fast, and we want to get rid of it all as the weekend concludes here in Eganville. Heat 2 and Pro Champ ready to go. 5 laps. Green is out and we're underway. As Gunnar Stern jumps into the race lead one more time. He'll hit the back straightaway as they work it down off of corner number 2. Stern, the race leader, will pick the rest of the field up as they come by here into turn number 3 and 4. Mark Donahue second. He won a heat race earlier today as well. Sabrina up into the 3 spot. Gavin Peterson still there for spot number 4 as they work it into 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Gunnar Stern, the 2-time and defending Bonnechere Cup champion, is well in line to possibly get his 3rd consecutive this weekend, but still got this heat race to deal with as they cross the line for lap number 2. Mark Donahue, Sabrina Blanchette, and Sabrina is close to Donahue as they go to turn 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. We'll see if she has anything for him. Can't quite get there. They're up off the corner. It is still Gunnar Stern well in command of the field. Will complete the 3rd lap, this time by a 5 here in Pro Championship number 2. Mark Donahue, Sabrina Blanchette, and Gavin Peterson in that order as they work it off of corner number 2. Stern well in control down the back straightaway. Field pretty well spaced out right now, and that should be where they will all finish if they stay all right there. White flag is in the air, and Gunnar Stern doing it again here in heat race number 2, trying to finish it off in fine style. Claim another heat win here today. He won his previous 2 heat races, and he's looking to do it once again off of turn 3 and 4. The white checkered flag in the air. Gunnar Stern gets them all today. Mark Donahue second, Sabrina Blanchette third. Gavin Peterson will finish up in position number 4. So with that heat win, that should put Gunnar Stern unofficially as your number 1 overall qualifier today. Heat race number 3 for Pro Champ, ready to roll trackside right now. Quinn Waljak, the 24 Dale Dingman looks, or no, that's Jordan Serbetsky, by the way. Felipe Roy Lalone, Dane Klinger, and there's Dale Dingman, the 24. Quinn Wojak out there as well, the 26. 3rd and final heat in Pro Champ, ready to roll here. I'll get another 5-lap qualifying heat race in round 3 qualifying in the Pro Champ division. Hopefully you've had a chance to check out not just the 50th anniversary apparel, but all of our apparel trailers. I see the Loud and Dirty trailer down there behind us as well. Again, if you're looking for 50th anniversary Bonnechere Cup apparel, please do so and find that side by side. It is roaming around here anywhere and everywhere. Also want to thank good folks Castle Building Center and Honest Herbs, our title sponsors for the weekend, and all of our great sponsors and people that have made this event possible. Thank you for all that you do. Ready to go racing in heat race number 3. Martin Boucher is going to look him over. Martin, our Chief Director of Traffic Control for the weekend. Set for green. 5 laps. 3rd and final heat in Pro Champ. Round 3 qualifying. Green is out and we're underway. Jordan Serbetsky to that inside lane, trying to hold on and get the lead, and he's trying it up off the turn. He'll drag race down the back straightaway with Klinger as they head up into turn number 3 and 4, and it's going to be Jordan Serbetsky picking up the race lead. Here comes Dane Klinger in that outside lane, and here they come to the line. Klinger by about a half a sled length with the lead as they go to 1 and 2. In this most competitive Pro Champ heat we've seen all weekend, as Jordan Serbetsky back down to the bottom. Dane Klinger on that outside lane as they drag racing down into turn number 3 and 4. Top 2 having quite the battle for the number 1 spot as they go to 3 and 4 and down to the line. Klinger slips up a little bit. Here comes Serbetsky back after him. Can't quite get there as they head up to turn number 1 and 2. Klinger again in that outside lane looking pretty quick, and he'll grab the lead from Serbetsky that time. One sled with problems off of turn number 2, moving very slowly down the back straightaway, but everybody will clear him, and we'll stay green. In the meantime, Dane Klinger opening up the lead. Jordan Serbetsky, Quinn Wojak, your top 3. Felipe Roy Lalone is back there in spot number 4. And rounding it out will be in Tremblay on the number 9 as they start to stretch it out into turn number 3 and 4. Dane Klinger, the 9, bringing it off of turn number 3 and 4. White flag will be displayed this time by Jordan Trubetsky, Quinn Wojcik. That is your running order in the top 3. Felipe Roy Lalonde. And the 9 of Yen Tremblay. Down into turn 3 and 4. Final time. Dane Klinger will look to bring home a heat win here in Pro Champ, and he's going to do it. Dane Klinger, the winner. Second will be Jordan Trubetsky, Quinn Wojcik. Third, followed by Felipe Roy Lalonde and Yen Tremblay. So the Pro Champ heats are in. Those drivers who have made the Pro Champ final will be back later on for that. The rest will go to a last chance qualifier a little later on. And that will bring us to our first final event of the day, and that will be Superstock 340. So the final here for Superstock 340, Cody Zato, Jake Zevenbergen, and the rest of the field. Head up into turn number 1 and 2 for their first lap around. It will be a three-lap final in Superstock 340 as they hustle down the back straightaway. Cody Zato, the race leader. They're working through turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line again, the first final of the day. And Cody Zato looking to keep it here in Eganville as they rush it down the front stretch to turn number 1. Michael Bennett holding on to position number 3 in the 494 right now as Zato continues to show the way, a healthy advantage over the rest of the field as everybody's still battling for second as they hustle down the back stretch. Zato in complete control here today. Done a lot of winning this weekend. Got a couple of final round wins yesterday as well. Trying to add another one. White flag is in the air for Cody Zato. Battle on for second. Zevenbergen has it. Michael Bennett completing your top 3 at the moment as they hustle down the back straightaway for the final time. Checkered flag will be waving. And barring anything major happening, Cody Zato looks like he may add another win here in Eganville to his trophy case, and it looks like he is going to do it. Cody Zato gets the victory in Superstock 340. Mod 250 final will be coming up next. So Mod 250 on track, ready to go. We are green. we'll pick up the field as they come by. One rider moving very slowly down here on the front straightaway. We'll keep our eye on it. In the meantime, we got a pretty good battle up front for the top spot as they hit the back straightaway. And again, we'll pick up the rest of the field when they come by. Late Brian Mulligan used to call these single-cylinder races and used to say this is more fun than what should be legally allowed. As they head down in front for the first time, and over for later is your race leader, Kyle Leach second. Alex Overperlater holding on to position number 3 at the moment as they work the back straightaway once again. Matt and Alex, two of the top drivers in this class. Kyle Leach trying to hold them off as they hustle down the back chute into turn number 3 and 4. White flag will be displayed this time by in the Mod 250 final. Alex Overperlater showing the way as they work through 3 and 4. A lot of these drivers electing to run way around the outside portion of the racetrack here as they come down across the line for the white flag. As Alex Overperlater and Kyle Leach going at it for the number 2 spot. Leach down around the inside lane as they working down the back stretch, but in the meantime, nobody seems to be catching Matt Overperlater right now. He has got the lead and a healthy one at that. Checkered flag is in the air and off of turn number 3 and 4, much like we saw yesterday. It is going to be Matt Overperlater picking up the win over Alex. Kyle Leach will cross in position number 3, and that will do it for the Mod 250 final. So the junior division's coming up next. This is the 120 class that is on track right now for their final. So the 120 is out here, and we'll give you the rundown. Peyton Peel on the number 8 on that far inside lane. Bryson Bow, the 83, Cohen Neff on the 124, Joshua Henderson Todd on the 7. As they head down the back straightaway for their final here today. I think this is just a cool experience for these kids to get out there and just take a couple of laps around the big track and get to brag to their friends about it when they go back to school tomorrow morning. As they bring it down the front straightaway off of turn number 4. Looks like Bryson Bound is our leader. He was pretty good earlier on today when the 120s were on the racetrack. Again, we usually would run the entire junior divisions together, but we decided to split them up a little bit as the 200 drivers were a little bit quicker and we're catching them at a pretty high rate of speed, so we decided to let these drivers have their time on the racetrack. Charlie Philibert out there as well on the Arctic Cat out of Eganville, but Bryson Bound is the race leader. And he's been running away with everything this weekend in this class. He's been pretty quick. And he'll get the checkered flag this time by, as will all the drivers in the junior 120s. Checkered in the air. Bryson Bound's going to bring it off the turn and grab the win here in the 120 class. Big thrill for him, that's for sure. And the rest of the junior drivers will finish up their lap, and then we'll bring the 200s out for their final event of the day. So if you're just joining us here today, the 120 junior drivers just finishing up their final here in Eganville. If you're joining us on Bonsai Productions, hopefully you are enjoying the broadcast much like we are bringing it to you. Also, if you're joining us here in person today, we are glad to have you here. Glad you've been able to dress for the elements. It is quite chilly out there today. And as well, if you're listening on the 107.9 FM frequency, glad you could join us there also. Some of you who have been coming to the races here for a long time may notice a little different color in the ice this year. First time we've ever had blue ice here in Eganville, and it looks pretty darn good. And the riders are actually saying it's a little bit more of a safety thing. That way they can judge the difference between where the racetrack actually is and the inside embankment and the hay bales as well. So it kind of helps them all out. So they can see a little better out there when the snow dust really gets whipping on the racetrack. So good move by track officials and organizers to get that here. And we're starting to see that at a lot of different races across the north, across the snowmobile world. So we'll be ready to go for this. This is the 200 division for the juniors that is out there on track. And the 206s as well. Christopher Henderson Todd, the 47. Lauren Darrow, the 481. Theodore LeBlanc and Lincoln McInnes. Micah Pelabuski-Yanin, the 206 drivers. Claire Murphy, the 13M. Genevieve McCormack, the 411. And Macy Witt, the 11M. So junior drivers ready to go. This is the 200 and 206 drivers staged and ready. As they'll get the green from Martin. And we're off and running. Now again, these sleds are a little bit quicker than their 120s that were out here earlier. So as we had mentioned earlier, race officials had talked about splitting up the two divisions, and that is exactly what they did, and it seems to have worked out pretty darn good as they work it down the back straightaway. Some of these sleds getting up to a little over 40 miles an hour. And that's pretty fast around this racetrack for sure. So these kids get a kick out of it as they roll through 3 and 4 down the home straightaway. And they're scheduled for 3 laps for their final. Micah Pelabuski-Yanin leading the 200 division. Genevieve McCormack, I believe, is the unofficial leader for the 206 class. I like seeing the word unofficial. That way I can get away with it if I make a mistake. But we do know for sure that Micah Pelabuski-Yanin has had the fastest sled in the 200 ranks this weekend. And these kids pay attention to the Pro Champ riders because they show a lot of the mannerisms that they use out there as well. And as we talked about, as the white flag comes out, the next Bonnechere Cup champion could come from this class. We saw it earlier with Blaine Stevenson and Jordy Dingman, who used to compete in these junior sleds over the years. Now into a Formula 3 and into the Pro Champ side of things. As we finish up the 200 and 206 junior division, checkered flag will be waving this time by, and they'll bring it on around for their final lap. As after the junior 200 and 206s, we'll go to Mod Stock 340. And then we'll go to the Junior Formula 500, and then we will go into a track sweep. As the checkered flag waves, Micah Palabuski-Yonan picks up the win. So Mod Stock 340 will be up right now, and then Junior Formula 500. And as I mentioned, those of you who do have a schedule, we are going to go into a track sweep, and then we'll bring the Formula 3 final out after that. So we'll give the Formula 3 drivers a good chance at a clean racetrack. Mod Stock 340 drivers rolling on out, one of the bigger fields that we have here in Eganville all weekend. Give you the list of drivers that are on our list to be in this final. Marcel Barban, the X5. Cody Tiedemann, who won yesterday, the 21X. Sheldon Grant had a good run yesterday in the 27X. Jean-Marc Barban, 33. Mark Roach in the 63. Peter Jackson, 720. Bernie Overperlater, 144X. Troy Lukasavich, the 755. Aaron Risco, the 21. Jake Zevenbergen, the 777. Hunter Sobolski on the 12. Ryan Matthews, the 95. Thomas Post, the 57. Those are the drivers that were scheduled to be in this final as they are lining up and ready to go. So green is out. We're underway in this final for Mod Stock 340. 4 laps is the distance, and Cody Tiedemann, the race leader. Battle on for second between Sheldon Grant and the 720 of Peter Jackson. That's for positions 2 and 3 on the racetrack as they work it down the back straightaway. Cody won yesterday in dominant fashion, trying to do it again as they work it through turn number 3 and 4, down to the line this time by Cody Tiedemann, the race leader, by a bunch as they work it across the line one more time. Again, 4 laps is the distance as Sheldon Grant goes on to second. Third is Jackson. Fourth is the number 12 of Hunter Sobolski as they bring it down through turn number 1 and 2. Cody currently the class of the field right now as they work it through turn number 3 and 4. The white flag will be displayed this time by to try to close this one out. Cody Tiedemann trying to put it in the record books as a winner here once again. Sheldon Grant doing a great job holding on to second. Jackson still completes the podium, but down the back straightaway, Cody Tiedemann, he's always fast in this division. Every single year that he shows up, not much has changed since last year. He's going to do it again. He won yesterday, and he does it one more time. Cody Tiedemann dominating here in the final for Mod Stock 340. Second will be Sheldon Grant. Third at the line will be the 720 of Peter Jackson. Fourth will be Matthews. And fifth will be Aaron Ritzko on the number 21. So that will do it. Cody Tiedemann bags another one here in Eganville as we move right on to the Junior Formula 500 division. That will be for 5 laps, and then we will go to a track sweep. And then the Formula 3 final to kick off the next set of final races. So field is set to go. And it will be the 79 Maverick Pelabiski-Janin, 108 Aiden Welsh, 213 Connor McRobert, and the 3X of Ava Aubrey. Again, 5 laps to close out the Junior Formula 500 division. And then we'll go right into another track sweep. As we get set for green and we're underway. Ava Aubrey gets great restarts. Jumps out in front of the field as they work through turn number 1 and 2. As they hustle down the back straightaway, and we'll catch the field as they come back by. But down the back stretch, I believe that is Aiden Walsh that's got the lead. Micah Pelabuski-Janin holding on to second as they work through 3 and 4, and it definitely is Welsh leading the way up off of turn number 3 and 4. Pelabuski-Janin holding on to second. Third is Connor McRobert. Fourth right now is Ava Aubrey. As they work it through turns 1 and 2, this could be a good race for the win as they work it down the back straightaway. The top 2 are driving away from the rest of the field. It's the 108 of Welsh. The 79 of Maverick Pelabiski-Janin holding on to second. Maverick right there trying to get to that inside lane. Welsh drifts up the racetrack just a little bit. Opens the door for Maverick to try to get through as they go down into turn number 1 and 2. Welsh and Pelabuski-Janin going at it up off of turn number 3, or 1 and 2 rather, as Welsh holds the lead down the back straightaway to turn 3 and 4. Coming around to complete lap number 3, and this is a good side-by-side battle for the number 1 spot. Pelabuski-Janin up on the outside lane. Welsh right there on the inside. They'll drag race to turn number 1 and 2, and we'll see how this turns out. Welsh has the preferred groove on the inside lane, but Maverick still holding strong in that outside lane, working it down the backstretch. White flag will be displayed, and here comes Maverick Pelabuski-Janin on the outside lane. Aiden Welsh down low. Seesaw battle for the lead as they work it through turn 3 and 4. The white flag is in the air, and Welsh trying to hold on and win it. But Maverick Pelabuski-Janin's going to make him earn it as they go to turn 1 and 2. Good side-by-side battle up in front. Welsh has the lead. Pelabuski-Janin up on the outside lane as they drag race down the backstretch. Welsh holds the top spot for now. Maverick charges down into turn 3 and 4. We'll see what happens into 3 and 4. Welsh on the bottom. Maverick trying to make the crossover move work. Will he get it done? No way. It's going to be Welsh taking the victory by a sled length. What a job of driving for Aiden Welsh. And Maverick Pelabuski-Janin, who had won pretty well everything all weekend, gets stopped in the final by Aiden Welsh. What a job of driving. What a finish. Junior Formula 500 final. So, track sweep and minor track repairs coming up over there in turn number 1, and we will be going to that for now, and then we'll come back with the Formula 3 final after the track sweep.
I love the look of these classic Blizzards from 79, 80, 81. Amazing sleds, and people still race them. Who are you, and what are you racing, man?
I'm Mark Richardson, and I'm racing a Blizzard 9500.
What's in it, and what do you got for studs, and what'd you do to it?
Well, I got a 454 in it. It's got some, it's been case ported. Got a brand new set of jugs on there, new pistons for this weekend. She's been running, well, I've been running lean, so we've been bumping the jetting up, having some carb clutch issues, but doing the battle.
How are the plugs looking? Nice and gray, nice and tan?
Well, I'm hoping after this testing that, yeah, they're tan, not white.
How many years have you been racing? I've seen you on the track. You're exciting. I mean, you go at this, you're having fun, but man, you're an aggressive guy in the corners. You fight it all the way. How long have you been at it, and what's it like out there?
Well, I guess I've been oval racing for about 8 years. Well, since the OSOR conceived, I went to that first race, got hooked. Here I is. Used to drag race back in the 80s to the 90s. Pretty much lived my whole life on one of these things, except for 20 years when I took it off and then made a mistake and went and watched that first race through the OSR.
You got hooked again. Time to get out the Visa card, buy some race parts, and go racing.
Oh boy, no kidding. Hey.
What's it like racing here? 50th anniversary of the Bonnechere Cup. It's cold, it's fast. What are your thoughts?
Just part of the dream. The chilliness is part of the racing, and you just got to get out there and give her and have some fun.
People at home looking at pictures of the south where it's nice and warm, or more up here, minus 25, and having a great time. It's sunny, it's the same weather, right?
Oh, let's not go there. I got buddies who say, come to my Mexico place, come to my Jamaican place, but here I is out here having fun in the freezing cold.
And we thank you for racing.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Let's get back to the track for more racing action here from Eganville, Ontario. 50th running of the Bonnechere Cup. Live stream brought to you by Bonsai Productions. Hi everyone, Phil Multy here for Bonsai Productions. It's time to go back to the pits and meet some people. Does that say Snowjet? You bet it does. And here there's a whole family that races Snowjets, and that's the McGinnis family. Joining me is Dwayne McGinnis. Dwayne, first question. How many people in your family race, and what's it like to bring the family to the track?
Well, there's presently three of us. There's the two, my nephew, his two children, and myself race. Presently, my brother's always here, pitting for us, taking care of us, you know, just dealing with whatever issues that we have during the race season, what have you. So yeah, snow jets are our passion. We grew up with them. Our father had a couple of them when we grew up. We watched them race the Thunder Jets back in the day, you know, so on and so forth, like we all did, and of my era, and yourself included. And it's just a passion. We love the snow jets, and that's part of it. We've got, of course, a various slew of sleds that we race, but snow jet's the passion for sure.
It's interesting, like so many manufacturers back then, there was the family sleds, but everybody had to have a race sled. And Snowjet, man, they made some fast sleds with some fast racers.
They absolutely did. And of course, there was the Mercs, the Rups, the Alouettes. But yeah, Snowjet, Thunderjets were right up there with the rest of them, you know, and even the like trail sleds, race sleds alike. They are all very competitive, and my dad was a mechanic by trade, so he doctored his up a little bit, so they had a little extra oomph or whatever. But yeah, no, that's, like I say, it's just genetically in us to be involved with anything that moves, goes fast, you know, makes noise, and it was just a natural progression that I got reintroduced to it back in like 16, 17. My brother jumped on board with me, and then my nephew, of course, and the children, and it just snowballed from that. And then, of course, as you know, the race community as a whole is just amazing, and you've got, you know, second, third generation racers out here, you know, throughout the pits. So it's an awesome family-oriented sport.
And it must be neat to be here with all your history in the sport, and it's the 50th anniversary.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. This track is the Daytona 500 in Ontario. So, I mean, it's awesome. Beautiful track. Great people, great enthusiasm. Like I say, just end to end. It's a phenomenal event.
Now Daytona is probably plus 30, and we're minus 30.
Yeah.
But
so
I've seen your family line up like first thing in the morning at minus 20, 25. You guys love this stuff.
Well, I mean, we all deal with it, right? That's part of the game. So if you want to race, you got to deal with it. So hopefully, if you're dressed appropriately and you got all the proper equipment, you're able to solve that problem. So.
Regardless of the weather, your family is always smiling and always having a great time, and I love seeing them out here.
And you, thank you very much. That's lovely. And like I said, the groups, the volunteers, the professionals that are here, including yourself, and you know, just make it that much easier to cope and deal with it, get through the day. and just have a great event. And the organizers, like I say, volunteers. There's an amazing group of people, an army of people that make these events happen, and we absorb that, and enjoy every aspect of it. So
they put on a great event, and they make it possible for Team Snowjet to go out there and keep dominating in 2026.
Well, there's not dominating. That's kind of excessive, but no, I mean, we're partaking as well, and we make our own little bit of noise, but everybody's here to make some noise and be competitive, but be friendly at the same time and helpful. And you got guys running between trailers constantly, assisting each other, getting people to the track. As we know, volume is good. Having as many racers out there for the spectators, the fans, just as a whole. So we all work together and just make it a great event. That's the plan.
Well, thank you and your family for coming out every weekend and being such great competitors, and you're always smiling, and I love that. Let's go back out and catch the track action now here at the 50th anniversary running of the Bonnechere Cup in Eganville, Ontario, streamed on Bonsai Productions.
Enjoy, people.
Back to 'em. inside a warm trailer. I'm here with See, I knew I was going to do it.
You fucker, stop fucking around. These guys are busy, man.
I'm a trained professional, or I was in a former life.
Well, that's why we're back in school. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, everybody. It's cold outside, but nice to be back inside a trailer. We're talking to Travis here. Travis, where are you from, and how'd you get involved in racing?
From Lockport, Manitoba, and got involved just with my dad and Brian, racing for years, and didn't have much interest in it. Didn't race till I was 12 years old. I got into it. Didn't really have much interest, and one day I just walked to the shop and asked my dad. Asked if I wanted to try it. He said, sure. Built a sled, and now we're here.
Awesome. What sled did you start on?
Just a 380 Sprinter. It was fun.
Got the job done. You're out on the track, turning in laps. It's a great feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, got the job done. Yeah, we went to the test leg, did 2 days of testing, and then straight on racing.
Did it feel natural to you right off the bat?
Right off the bat, no. My dad will tell you I was pretty slow. Didn't have much hope. And then the next day it was like hit a light switch, and it all kind of came together, and we did pretty good that first race in Bonnechere.
But it's an interesting learning curve. Some people are very tentative about building up their speed. Other kids get on there, and it's just, you got to pull them back. Like for you, but you were more of a gentle learning curve?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I guess don't like crashing.
Or the less expensive way of learning anyways.
Yeah, definitely the less expensive way, yeah.
You travel across the circuits. What's your favorite track and why?
By a long shot would be Bonnechere. Yeah, for close to home and not against any other racetrack out there, but those guys just have done it right forever. The best safety, widest racetrack. They keep a tight schedule, and just like I said, and also 30 minutes from home. But
oh, that's a bonus.
You just always feel safe there, and they run it right.
Well, it's interesting because Bonnechere is such a historic track, going way back into the 70s with the starting gates like horses and stuff. And you're in Eganville now, and this is also a historic track. So what's it like for you when you come to a venues and you're like, okay, you look at the trophies and there's rows of names of people like you grew up like, wow, if I could race like a Bonnechere, Van Dold, or Gingras, what's it like when you come to a track, you're like, okay, I got to show them how I belong here.
It's definitely nice when you come to these big tracks and you get that big trophy and you're just fighting to get your name put on that plaque, on that trophy, right? It's a lot more special, I guess you can say, compared to going to a little lake race where you're just racing for the weekend where everyone's going to forget about it eventually. Whereas here, or Bonnechere, Velcourt, you know what I mean? You get your name engraved on that trophy, and it's a big accomplishment.
Friday morning, you get to the track, and there was practice time, some hot laps. You get out there, the track is perfect. Yep. You get the track to yourself. You got nobody for 40 yards either way. Compare that to when you actually do your first heat, when everybody's lined up beside you and everybody's on the throttle, ready to go.
Well, I hope that my practice is like my racing, where everyone's behind me by 40 feet, and I just am out front and don't have to deal with any snow dust. But that normally doesn't happen. But yeah, there's a lot more pressure when everyone's there and you're hearing the sleds rev up for the start, and you all take off to the first turn, and no one's going to lift. So you just kind of got to do your thing and be brave, or think what's the safest option, right? Because most races are not won in the first corner.
That turn one is such an interesting psychology of both aggressiveness and racing smart, because it's a funnel. I mean, you could have 10 sleds trying to funnel through there. What's it like for you when you come in and you see whose skis are nearby and who is that? Is that the one? Is that the guy? Is it that guy? Do I have to give him room, or can I pull this tight?
Yeah, there's definitely some guys you race different than others, but I try and keep it clean, throughout. And if someone wants to bury it in front of me, son, let them do it, and I'll pass them later in the race, kind of deal. You know who you're faster than, and it is nice to get out front, not to deal with snow dust, but sometimes you don't get that lucky, right? So sometimes you just got to make it through that first turn and work your way up from there.
In the last few years, the trend in oval racing has been the blue ice. Do you like the blue ice?
Doesn't make a difference to me at all.
Really?
I don't notice a difference with it. I don't think I see it better, or I'm not looking at the ice. I'm looking at the guy in front of me, so.
And hoping they're behind you, not in front of you.
Yeah,
you're lapping them at that point. If you see a tail, it's lap time. Blue and white.
It looks cool, but it doesn't make a difference for me.
Oh, really? Wow. What you said you love Bonnechere for the big corner. Do you have no problem going 3 wide, coming around 2-3 wide?
Bonnechere, no. I feel completely safe there. With how wide it is, it makes no difference. You go 3 wide, 4 wide, 2 wide, doesn't matter.
Isn't that interesting?
I feel just perfectly safe on that racetrack.
When you're watching that compared to, say, a place like Eagle River, which is a real tight paperclip track, it's a real tight. You come in there like you got to sort of sneak in, sneak out.
It's definitely a different dynamic when someone buries it into Eagle River. pitching it sideways compared to like Bonnechere where everyone's trying to keep a lot of momentum and speed going, and it's just you race every track differently, right?
Well, you like a big track, and this is Eganville, so I'm really hoping you do well out there and you have a great race weekend, and we'll be watching.
Perfect.
Okay, no noise? Great. Everybody, we got a special treat today. We're actually inside a trailer. We're not outside on the track. We're inside a trailer with Danik Lambert. Danik, let's start off with the start. How did you get started in snowmobile racing?
I started racing when I was 3 years old. My grandpa was a ski rule dealer, so snowmobile has been around my family forever. My dad put me on a 71 Snow Chief Papoose. Everybody was running like 2002, little, Polaris sled. And, I would be faster than them with the whole sled, and that's how we start. Then I start racing 340 with Dad, F500, and 10 years ago. It's my 10th year this year for Paul and Mike actually now. So yep.
So what do you think that helps you learning on an old sled? Like some people say, if you start on a bogey sled with a single cylinder, did that help you starting off in the old sleds?
Maybe I was too young to feel the difference between bogey and sled, but maybe I think that working on the F5 with Dad for so long helped quite a bit for the Champ. It's a whole different animal, but I think that learning on an F5 is probably the best way to do it.
What was your favorite transition as you moved up from certain classes? Not to put down the ski rolls, but what was your favorite class when you started racing and then move up to? What did you say one day, like, this is me, this is my sled?
Probably when I went to Champ. Yeah, it's a bigger step for sure. So that was nice. You feel like you're on a natural race sled, because an F500 is basically a trail sled that you modify to go left, but this one is meant to go left, so that's where you feel the biggest difference, I think.
When we watch the Formula 500 class, it's competitive. Mm-hmm. Then you move up, and it's like you move up a notch, and it's competitive again. Like, what did you find? Which class was more competitive, or are they just equally? When you're on the lineup, there's 10 people, and it's win day for anybody.
I think it's maybe a little bit more competitive in F5 because the rules are way more strict. All the sleds are pretty much the same. Clutch setup are even close to each other, so it's more of a driver class than Champ right now, I think. Champ, if you don't have the best equipment, it's really hard to go out front. I'm not saying you can't, but it makes your life harder. But on an F5, if you can use your thumb, you're good to go.
How much more work can you do on a Champ sled than a 500?
I don't do much. People would go around those sleds and change everything from one time to the other, but I don't. I ran the same carbide the whole weekend in Wausau, and I was running it this morning. So
it's not the sled, it's the racer.
Exactly. Like some racers are picky, some are not. I'm not. I'm picky about little stuff, but not.
We're here at Eganville.
Yeah.
It's a big track. Do you love that track?
Yeah, it's my favorite track. Favorite track to drive around. We had some really good weekend over the years. I had some perfect weekend with my F5. We had some my first weekend with Paul was a perfect weekend in semi-pro. So I don't know why, but the track suit me well, I guess.
Paul's got a lot of experience at this track. He goes back decades and decades here. What's it like for you representing Paul on this track? I mean, he's put a lot of people, including Danny Lee and a lot of others, on this track. What's it like for you when you get out there?
I mean, it's an honor for me. When I start racing, I would get my part from Paul. I would knock on the door. My English was crappy. It was not good. And I was like, Paul, Elix. And then he would show the Elix, and I always saw Paul as one of the best. I mean, he's been around for longer than Wall. He never skipped one event here. The only one that he skipped, I think it was canceled. We had like one or two events canceled in Eganville. That's the only one he skipped. So for me, it's a big deal, and I couldn't ask for a better team, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's a legend. I remember watching him race and all the different races over the years. He's had so much time on this track. Now, when you come to the track with today practice track, what are you looking for at practice?
Not much, because we never practice normally. We don't have the weather permit at home before the race weekend. So, some guys, they have a full weekend of practice at their track, like in Strathcona for Blaine, and Tanner's always on the track. So I've never been a guy to practice because I don't have access to it. So it's the same when I come to the track. I do one session, 2 sessions, and I basically know what to do with the sled now.
When you pull up to the start line, what are you thinking? Are you thinking about who's around you? Are you thinking about corner one? Are you watching the flagger? Is this the year of the Montreal Canadiens? Like, what do you think about when you're on the start line?
It's hard for me to explain. I kind of black out when I'm on the sled. Even right after a race, I can explain you what happened, but 4 or 5 minutes after, I'm going to forget. But on the line, you just focus on having your RPM where you want and get ready for the tip of the flag to leave the ice.
describe corner one, because everybody gets
It's a
to
mess.
corner one about the same time, and it's before they spread out. So what do you see when you go into corner one? What are you thinking? Like, who's beside you, just off your tail? Like,
Okay, have you watched? It's a movie. I don't know how to pronounce it in English. It's gonna sound crappy, but Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
With Jack Sparrow when he's running and he got like 1,000 people running behind him. So when you get the whole shot, that's exactly how you feel. You don't know what's gonna happen. You're kind of scared of who's behind you, and it's the scariest moment of the race for sure. And after that, the nervousity just calm down and you drive better.
See, it was easy for me when I raced because I was at the back of the pack. I didn't have to worry who was behind me. It was usually the flag guy or the groomer saying, just get out of my way. But what is it like in that pack when you are really tight? When you've got like lights in front, so you can hear skis, you hear that. What's it like when you're in the pack?
It feels safer because, you know, now in Pro Champ, all the guys, you trust like 98% of the guys. There's some new guys, new kids that are coming up to the class that are not as safe, but it's normal. They're starting. But if you got to get a little shot, normally you got all the good guy next to you. You got Blaine, you got Gady, Reed, whoever's next to you. We trust each other and we know how everyone drives. I know that if Blaine's on my inside, he's going to pitch it sideways like crazy, so I got to give a little room, otherwise I'll get tapped. And you know, you feel safe out there. It's not as bad as it looks.
What was it like for you coming up as a racer to move up a class? And what's it like now, you, as you said, when you notice this is somebody's first weekend or first year moving in the big league? What's it like for you to move up, and what's it like when you know somebody else is new?
It feels good because I used to be so nervous before. Well, I'm still super nervous before a race. It never gets away. But before I would go to the board, look at the board, okay, Blaine's with me, Gady's with me, so I can finish only third. That's the way I was thinking when I was new. But now I go to the line, I don't even look who's next to me. I don't care. I can beat anyone who was on the track. Well, that's how you should think. And it's way more fun to race that way. You're not as nervous. You drive better. You have more fun on the sled. But looking at those kids, I mean, I'm trying to help them as much as I can. Like Ryder Riddle, he's a new kid in the sport, and I'm trying to help him as much as I can. And one day he's going to beat me. I'm going to be one of the old guy, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, there's always a transition.
Yeah.
I got to ask you one question. When I'm watching people race, it looks like everybody's similar, but they're different. Like some people lean so far, like they look like they're Isle of Man racing, like they're right in there, or they look like MotoGP. Other people don't seem to be as physical on the sled. What's it like when you're watching other people? You ever sit to say, "Man, what are you doing?" Or like, "Man, that's impressive how you lean so much," or you don't lean. What's your ergonomics like compared to watching other people?
I lean quite a bit. I was talking with Dustin Wall actually, and he said that I should lean a little bit less. That would help me to gain some ski pressure because I was struggling with that. But it's really hard to change your style. The way you learn to drive, you're going to keep it probably your whole career. And it also depends on how you set up your sled. Sometimes you're going to get in the corner, the front's pushing, so you're going to lean a little bit more forward because you want some ski pressure. Or if your rear is super loose, you're going to put your ass on the tank and hope that it hooks a little bit better. So you never take the corner the same way.
I always find it interesting watching. Everybody's got, like you said, like Blaine, he gets a little loose. Other people like to hold it tight. Some people, lots of ski lift. Other people don't like that.
It's driver preference. It's driver preference. I like to skid a little bit, not as much as Blaine. You look at Gunner, he goes around like a train. That sled is just hooked on the track, and he doesn't slide at all. Everything's fast. Like Gunner's going to win some, Blaine's going to win some. Two different driving style. Just driver preference.
Now, when I first walked into the trailer, you said there's two levers on this handlebar. This one doesn't get used.
No, I don't use it at all. Like
it's like the first rule of Italian motor car racing. What's it behind me is no concern of mine. Don't need brakes, just go.
Yeah, but most of the guys are going to set the sled with the brake coming in. Like Blaine, that's why he pitched so hard. He uses lots of brake. I don't. Like, it's funny because I went to the test track with Tanner, and Tanner drives with a lot of brakes, and he tried my sled. He did 2 laps, came back, and he was like, I'm going to kill myself if I keep going. Like, I don't understand how you can drive it, but you know, like I said, every driver is set up different, and I don't use the brake lever at all in case something happened. I mean, yes, but not to go fast.
It's interesting you see people and things are going perfect on that one lap, and then the next lap you kind of feel things twitch a little bit. And everybody's been there. You see that lap, and it's just a perfect carve. The next one, the ski catches you're on the outside of the track. How does that, like, how much can you correct? I've seen people. It's like there's so much happens so fast. You watch super slow mo.
It feels like it's in super slow-mo when it happens. Like, when you watch the race, it happens so fast. But on the sled, it happens. You get used to the speed, I guess. So when the ski picked up, you get sideways. It's pretty easy to correct it after a couple of years of experience.
What's it like for you, beginning of race weekend, end of race weekend?
The nervousness goes down by the weekend. Like at the beginning, I'm super nervous. I'm always almost puking in the porta potties. I'm all over the place, too nervous, and by the end of the weekend, I'm having fun. So
I find it interesting, racers, when they get to the track, some people walk the whole track and they're analyzing it, like they've done some repairs here to the track. They've taken some of the high spots out over the summer. So it's slightly different than last year. Other people, it's a different, every time you hit the track, it's totally different from Saturday morning to Sunday afternoon. I can't believe how rough that track is. So do you analyze the track, or do you watch other heats and just see what's happening, how it's breaking down, or what's happening, dips and stuff?
Yeah, and I watch a lot of videos, like when we have live streaming. I rewatch videos like Bonnechere. I know all my races by heart for the past 4 years. I've watched them probably 100 times, and I think that's the way to get good. You see what you did wrong, what you did good. You see the guy in front of you, what he's doing. So that's the way to do it. You got to study.
So Friday afternoon, that track was in really good shape. In fact, Friday morning, I did a lap on my skates. My lap time was 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Can you beat my lap time with your sled? 2 minutes 43. I mean, that's flying. Even the sweeper, when I overtook him, he couldn't believe I was going as fast as I could.
Yeah, I could probably do it backwards.
That's called the burn right there. That's the burn. Danica, thanks so much for helping us in your trailer. This has been a great time, and all the best out there at the track this weekend and the whole season.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
continue on with the program as scheduled. Pro Formula 500 drivers lined up and ready to go. Watch for the Pettinellis and Jamie Bound in this one. They've been quick. Joseph Pettinelli starting on the far right. Anthony on the outside lane and Jamie Bound on the extreme outside. 5 laps of distance. The green is out of her underway. 7 laps is the scheduled distance. 7 is the scheduled distance for Pro Formula 500 as the field stretches out through turns 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Good seesaw battle for the lead as they go to turn number 3 and 4. We'll pick up the rest of the field when they come by for the race lead. Lap number 1, it is Jamie Bound. He takes over the lead. From the 16 of Padre. As they go to turn 1 and 2. Again, these drivers were top 2 yesterday in the Cole McMichael Memorial for Semi-Pro Formula 500, and they've got the lead in second right now as they go to turn 3 and 4. Down to the line, Jamie Bound, the race leader. Nicholas Padre still second. Marcus Bilo third. That's your top 3 from yesterday's Semi-Pro event with that Cole McMichael Memorial that we were just talking about. These 3 remain some of the toughest drivers in this division as they hit the back straightaway off of turn number 2 and down the back stretch. Jamie Bound still in command. Nicholas Padre doing all he can to try to run him down. Marcus Bilo right there for position number 3 as they stretch it out off of turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line. Hunter Twyman back in position number 4 with Anthony Pettinelli in 5th. Bringing it down the back straightaway. Jamie Bound has been fast all weekend long, still trying to fend off Nicholas Padre for position number 2 as they roll it into turn number 3 and 4. Down to the line, 4 down, 3 to go in this 7-lap final. And Jamie Bound's been in control from the top of the green flag. Sport Formula 500 will be next. Sport Formula 500 will be next for their final. As Jamie Bound continues to show the way, we'll have 2 laps left to go, and they hit the stripe this time by Jamie Bound, well in command of your field as they work it across the line one more time. Nicholas Padre still holding on to second. Marcus Bilo having a great weekend as well, running in third. And Hunter Twyman off the pace down the front straightaway. That's going to open up the door for Ian Tremblay to get on through for position number 4. And a tough break for Hunter. Boy, he is not happy at all with how that ended for him, and he ran great all weekend long. But right now, the driver that's running great is Jamie Bound. The white flag is in the air. The final trip around here in Eganville for Jamie Bound as they go to turn 1 and 2. Final time down the back straightaway. Jamie Bound. Nicholas Padre still second. Third is Marcus Bilo. As they work through turn 3 and 4, Jamie Bound's going to bring it into turn number 3 and 4. Dominant performance all weekend. He dominates again today. Collects the win in Pro Formula 500. Jamie Bound, the winner. So Sport Formula 500 ready to roll trackside next. And from there, we'll continue on with the program as scheduled. So again, we appreciate everybody's understanding with the change in the lineups there. But after Sport Formula 500, we'll go with Junior Semi-Pro and Pro 340. Stock Superfan 340, Supermod 300. Super Stock Fan 440, Supermod 440. And then Limited Fan 500 after that. Mod Stock 440 final, and then we'll go into a track sweep. A lot of events going on. So we'll get Sport Formula 500 out on the racetrack here momentarily. For just joining us at the track today, we welcome you here to the 50th Bonnechere Cup. Timmy Baltz up topside. Again, I want to thank Castle Building Centers and Honest Herbs for being on hand with us. Those of you watching live on Bonsai Productions live stream, glad you could join us there. And if you're listening on the 107.9 FM transmitter, certainly do appreciate you joining us there too. So Sport Formula 500 drivers rolling trackside. See, Aiden Welsh is out here with us, who won the Junior Formula 500 race in an intense battle there with Maverick Palabuski-Yonnen for the overall win. Joey LaCroix, the 9. See him on the outside of that front row. 720, Peter Jackson. 3 of Ava Aubrey there on the extreme inside lane. Alicia Robitaille, the 97. There's Colin Ranger pulling up to the line, 706 as well. Josh Rickard, he'll pull up in line. And Dave Chesterman joining us as well, the 01. Michelle Frenier, the 53 at the last line at the back. And the 991, of course, that's the Van Dolder sled with a new driver aboard. We're still waiting on a driver name for that, but we'll get one hopefully soon. Set for green. 5 laps is the distance in Sport Formula 500. Martin looks the field over, and we are green. Boy, Colin Ranger jumped out into the race lead. Again, a great start for Colin Ranger. He jumps out into the lead and checks out down the backstretch. He's out about a 5 sled length lead early as they work into turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line. We'll pick up the field as they come back down to the line for lap number 1. Colin Ranger in control. Bringing it down the front straightaway towards turn number 1. Josh Rickard second. Joey LaCroix third. As we mentioned, Colin Ranger, an incredible start that time. He got that hole shot. And oddly enough, a hole shot bonus will be given out in the Champ final today from Ben Harris. But if Colin Ranger were in the Champ final, that would have been a great hole shot. But right now in Sport Formula 500, he just gets the reward of being in the lead as they go to turn number 1 and 2. And Ranger still in command of it. Down the back straight, there they go. Rickard's still there in position number 2, and we'll catch the rest of the field when they come back by. as they head up into turn number 3 and 4, down to the stripe this trip around. Still, Ranger well in command of it. Battle is on for the runner-up spot. Josh Rickard had it for a moment. Aiden Wells shoots around the outside lane to pick up position number 3, with Maverick Palabuski-Yonan holding on to 4th. Coming around, white flag will be displayed this time by. Final trip around. White flag in the air. Colin Ranger looking to win another one here this weekend. As he goes into turn number 1 and 2 with a sizable advantage over Rickard, who holds on to second, or excuse me, Aiden Welch, who holds on to second. Josh Rickard completes the top 3. Maverick Palabuski-Yonan trying to make his way to the top 3 in the closing stages, but off of turn number 3 and 4, no contest. Colin Ranger got a great start, jumped out in front, dominates here in Sport Formula 500. Second will be Aiden Welsh at the line for 3rd. Going to give it to scoring on that one. Might be the Maverick Palabuski-Yonan picking up 3rd. Not by much. But Colin Ranger puts another one in the record books here in Eganville, grabs the win in Sport Formula 500. Junior Semi-Pro and Pro 340 final, ready to go trackside right now. Then we'll go with Super Stock Fan 340, Super Mod 300, Super Stock Fan 440, Super Mod 440, Limited Fan 500, then the Mod Stock 440. So we'll give you the list of drivers for both divisions as they'll run them together and scored separately. Curtis Gosselin is part of the semi-pro division, the 57, Lincoln McInnes, the 12, Micah Palabuski-Yonan, the 99, Genevieve McCormack, one of the semi-pro drivers, the 411. Junior pro division, Maverick Palabuski-Yonan, the 79, Connor McRobert, 23, Jenna Acker, the X15, and Jada McInnes on the 19. That is the drivers for both semi-pro and pro divisions here. And we'll line them up. Send them all on their way. 4 laps will be the distance in this final for Junior Semi-Pro and Junior Pro 340. After that, it'll be Super Stock Fan 340 and then Super Mod 300. All leading up to the 50th Bonnechere Cup, brought to you by Castle Building Center and presented by Honest Herbs. Glad to have those 2 great sponsors on hand with us this weekend. And again, want to thank all the sponsors that have been a part of this weekend and for the many years beforehand as well. So we'll see how this one pans out for the junior pro and semi-pro drivers. Hopefully there's still some 50th anniversary merchandise left. If there is, be sure you find that side-by-side that is roaming around the Speedway grounds here and get your 50th anniversary Bonnechere Cup merch if you have not done so already. Martin looks this field over. Junior Semi-Pro and Junior Pro 340 drivers are green. 4 laps is the distance. Micah Palabuski-Yonan jumped out in front for the semi-pro division. And we got riders down over there in between turns 1 and 2. Driver is up and walking around. The red flag will be displayed in this one. So driver is up and okay. So tow sleds will be sent over to turns 1 and 2 to pick up the wounded sled over there in between the corner. So we'll get the field relined up here once again. Again, we had a red flag situation down in turn number 1 and 2 for a couple of drivers that went down over there, but tow sleds are out doing their thing and getting the drivers off the racetrack. And we'll get this Junior Semi-Pro and Pro 340 event back underway. So we're back, lined up and ready to go one more time. Martin will get the drivers in order as he has right now. We'll be back to green momentarily. We did not get a lap in, so it'll be a complete restart. 4 laps the distance. Green is out. We're back underway. As the field charges down towards turn number 1 and 2, we'll pick them up here as they go to turn 1. And it looks like Maverick, or excuse me, one of the Palabuski-Yunnan drivers, looks like Maverick out in front of the field, but we'll catch it as they come back by. Down the back straightaway they go to turn number 3 and 4. Again, junior semi-pro and pro divisions out there at the same time. They're being scored different, but out in front overall is Maverick Palabuski-Yunnan with Micah holding on to second. Those two drivers leading their respective divisions. Micah in the junior semi-pro and Maverick in the pro division. 1 and 2 on the racetrack right now as they hustle down the back straightaway overall. Good battle overall for the third spot down the back stretch. As Genevieve McCormack looks to take that spot away and does just that, going down to turn 3 and 4 in this 4-lap contest. But meanwhile, Maverick and Micah still leading the way overall and in their respective classes. Genevieve McCormack, a good battle here going on with Curtis Gosselin, the 57, as they drag race down the front stretch to turn 1 and 2. Genevieve looks like she's got a fast sled on the straightaways. In the corners is where Gosselin makes up the difference right there as they work it through turn number 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. Maverick still leading the way for the pro division. However, the lead battle is tightening up for the semi-pro class as it looks like Genevieve McCormack has taken that lead away. And this is all unofficial, by the way. White flag is in the air. And Micah takes it back down the front stretch. Curtis Gosselin just waiting back there behind these two, waiting for something to happen. Meanwhile, Maverick Palabuski-Yunnan driving away towards turn 3 and 4 and will handily win this one in his division overall and in the class. So Maverick picks up the victory on the pro side of things. Semi-pro division still to be determined here as they roll through turn number 3 and 4. It looks like Micah's going to be able to do it up off the turn. He'll hold off Genevieve McCormack. Oh, and Genevieve goes down on the front stretch here. And that will do it. Genevieve is up and walking around, so that's a very good sign to see there. That was a hard spill there on the front stretch. So Genevieve is okay on the sled and getting towed back towards the pit area. So that's a very good sign to see that she was able to get up and walk away from that. These snowmobile drivers are tough, that is for sure. Superstock Fan 340 ready to roll trackside now for their final event of the day. Big field of drivers here. I'll give you the list of drivers that are scheduled to be in this one. Peter Jackson, the 720. Cody Zatto, the number 6X. Kyle Leach, the 115. Mark Stevenson on the 358. 252, Dave Smith. Michael Bennett, the 494. And Travis Terry, the 484. Those are the drivers that were scheduled to go in this one. I believe we have them all out there. So we are ready to go. Superstock Fan 340. 4 laps is the scheduled distance. And we'll turn them loose. 4 laps is the distance. We're underway. Cody Zatto jumps into the race lead right away from the start as they go to turn 1 and 2. He was quick earlier today, Cody was, picking up a final win as he'll try to do it one more time as they work it down the back straightaway. Good battle for the race lead shaping up here as they go to turn number 3 and 4. We'll catch the race leaders as they come down into turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line once again. As they work down the back stretch, looks like the 21, Aaron Risco, looks like they've got Supermod 300 combined into here as well. We'll keep our eye on that one. Down to the line again, Cody Zatto, the race leader. As they bring it across the line, the top 4 drivers, from positions 3 on back to position number 5. Pretty well spaced out all the way around this racetrack. Again, Cody Zatto well in command of the field as they work it down the back stretch to turn number 3 and 4. White flag will be displayed. Again, it's only 4 laps as they head up into corner number 3 and 4 and down across the line. The white flag is in the air this time by. Superstock Fan 440 will be next after this. As they bring it down across the line, Cody Zatto gets another one here today. Second final win of the day for Cody Zatto, and that will wrap up. That'll wrap this one up as we are on to the next one, and that's scheduled to go Supermod 300, but we will go to the Race officials on that. I believe they may have combined the Supermod 300 drivers together. So we're just about set to bring the next group on out, as we will be ready to go here shortly. Just a couple of changes in our lineup, but again, want to thank Castle Building Centers, one of our main sponsors here this weekend. Honest Herbs as well. We'll be talking about a few of those sponsors as we get ready to go to our track plow in a little while. So Super Stock Fan 440. Rolling onto the racetrack, and we'll get the lineup for that one here in just a moment. So Justin Plow there, the number 12, the outside lane. We'll just get the running order as they are out here. Cody Zatto back out in the number 6, 35X. That's Gord Archer. 777, Jake Zevenbergen. Sam Taylor, the 21. Super Stock Fan 440 on track and ready to go for 4 laps for their final. Super Mod 440 after that, then Limited Fan 500 and Mod Stock 440 to close out this round of races. Getting closer to the 50th Bonnechere Cup here in Eganville. Glad you could join us from wherever you may be watching or listening from. Green flag is out, we're underway. And again, Cody Zatto just got done winning a final. He's going to come back out and try it again as they go to turn 1 and 2. That danger spot that their track officials were worried about down in turn number 1 looks like it's smoothed out pretty darn good, and a great job by the track crews to get that taken care of. But Cody Zatto taking full advantage of the good track conditions. He's got the lead as they go to turn number 3 and 4 rather, down the home straightaway. Justin Plow to second. Gord Archer now third as they cross the line for lap number 1 of this 4-lap final event. Jake Zevenbergen back there, position number 4. One rider is on to the hot pit or the cold pit area down there in the infield. So we're down to 4 in this one as they hustle down the back straightaway. Cody Zatto, the race leader. As they work through turn 3 and 4, we're going to have a battle shaping up for second. Gord Archer trying to move in and take that spot away. Justin Plow right there in the 2 spot as they bring it across the line for lap number 2 of this 4-lap final. Cody Zatto, the leader. Justin Plow has second, but for how much longer? That's going to be the question here. Gord Archer is moving in right on the taillight of Justin Plow as they go to turn number 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. These drivers, these sleds, they really like that outside lane. And right now, Gord Archer pulling even turns with Justin Plow down the backstretch, and Archer will take away that second spot. Moving Plow back to third as Cody Zatto is the one that they're chasing off of turn number 3 and 4. The white flag is in the air for Cody Zatto. Battle still on for second. Archer has it. Clue trying to get back after him here as they go to turn number 1 and 2. Final time through turn number 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. Cody Zato in command of this field, and he has been since the drop of the green flag. A battle still on for second. Blue trying to get back at Archer down the backstretch as they bring it to checkers this time by, and Cody Zato puts another final win in his hip pocket today, his third of the day, I believe, off of turn 3 and 4, and Cody Zato does it again. Gord Archer will fend off Justin Blue for the runner-up spot, and so on down the line, and that will do it for Superstock Fan 440. Supermod 440 ready to go. Brandon Gourlay, the 327. Andrew Dara, Luke Lacasse, and Sabrina Blanchette. Sabrina has been the one to beat in this class all weekend. She's looking to continue that trend today. As we're set and ready to go, Martin will look him over. 5 laps is the distance. Green is out and we're underway. Limited Fan 500 and Monstock 440 to follow this one. And Sabrina Blanchette jumps out into the race lead. Andrew Dara to second. Luke Lacasse back out with us. He runs in third with Brandon Gourlay fourth. As they work it through turn number 3 and 4. Sabrina, of course, had some struggles with the Pro Champ sled earlier this weekend. Had it rolling pretty good today, but the Supermod sled has just been bad fast no matter where she goes. And she's got the lead as they go to 1 and 2 and down the back chute. Good battle going on for second right now. Andrew Dara has that position. Not for long. Luke Lacasse is going to take it back as they go down the back stretch to turn number 3. Brandon Gourlay still fourth as they work it through 3 and 4 and down to the line in this 5-lap contest. And Sabrina driving away. Second still is Luke Lacasse with Dara and Gourlay. Your top 4 drivers at the moment as they work it through turn number 1 and 2 and down the back chute. Sabrina, nobody seems to be able to get close as they hustle through turn number 3 and 4. 2 laps to go this time by. 3 down, 2 to go. As they come by the front straightaway, well at command. It looks like Brandon Gourlay off the pace on the backstretch, and he'll head straight to the infield pit area. So Luke Lacasse and Andrew Dare are going to battle it out for second and third as Sabrina continues to show the way down the back chute. The white flag will be displayed this time by. As Sabrina Blanchette looking to pick up a final win here in Eganville. It would be her second of the weekend. Trying to stay perfect in Supermod 440 on the weekend. The white flag is in the air. Final time is Andrew Dara trying to run down Luke Lacasse and pick up that second spot. He's going to do it. He's going to have to do it on this lap. Final time down the back straightaway for Sabrina Blanchette. Strong sled as she works into turn number 3 and 4. Checkered flag is waving this time by, and Sabrina will take the victory. Her second Supermod win of the weekend, and she gets it done one more time. Limited Fan 500 rolling to the racetrack now for their final event of the day, race number 46 on our schedule. 5 laps will be the distance, and we'll list off the drivers that are scheduled to be in this one. Joel Sharon, the far inside lane, the 818, 327. Brandon Gourlay, we just saw him a few moments ago. Jonathan Major, the 13X. Caleb Smith, the 52X. Jeff Beach, 565. Sam Matthews, the 95. Maverick Pelabuski-Yonnen, the 79. Dale Hunter on the number 3. Levi Virch, the 10X. He was second yesterday. Thomas Post, the 57 at the back of the second line there. Josh Rickard, the 706. Tyler McInnes on the number 8. And Will Myatt, the 33X. Those are the drivers in this one. 5 laps will be the distance. Martin's going to look the field over one more time, and we will get sent to turn the field loose. 5 laps. Limited Fan 500, and we are green. And field charges through turns 1 and 2, and we'll pick them up as they come off of corner number 2 and down the back. They're almost 3 or 4 wide up off of turn number 2. That never usually ends well, but they somehow managed to get through there cleanly. And we'll bring them through turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line for lap number 1 as they cross the line this time by. Drivers using every inch of the racetrack, and it is the 818 Joel Sharon leading the way. 3 wide for position number 3, and we'll see how this turns out as they go to turn 1 and 2. And it looks like they straightened it out to at least 2 wide over there as they go to turn 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. A couple of drivers making some big moves on that outside lane coming off of turn number 2 that time, looking to make it pay off. But meanwhile, the top 2 are pulling away. Joel Sharon and Brandon Gourlay leading the way up off of turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line this time by. And Joel Sharon, he was pretty quick earlier today in the qualifying heat race. Again, 5 laps is the distance in this one. Not a lot of time to get it done, and that's why they always try to get it done right off the initial start as they make their way through turn number 3 and 4. One more time across the line. Joel Sharon, the race leader. Good battle going on towards the back portion of the top 5. Levi Virch has that spot. Jonathan Major and a couple other drivers back there using every inch of the track all the way up to the hay bales. Well, they're all chasing Joel Sharon as they bring it through turn number 3 and 4. The white flag will be displayed this time by, and Sharon has a comfortable lead over Brandon Gourlay as they bring it into turn number 3 and 4. White flag in the air this time by. Will Myatt trying to move in to get a top 3 spot in the league going of this one, but they're all chasing Joel Sharon down the back stretch in the 818. Checkered flag will be waving this time by. Brandon Gourlay still up there for position number 2. Good battle still going on for 3rd. Will Myatt trying to move in to take the spot away, but Joel Sharon picks up the victory in Limited Fan 500. Brandon Gourlay 2nd, and the rest of the field comes on by. Will do it. Joel Sharon picks up the victory in the Limited Fan 500 division. Mod Stock 440 ready to roll to the Speedway next. Race number 47 on our list of 54 here today. And we'll run down the list of drivers that are scheduled to be in this one. Bernie Oberperlater, 144. Mark Roach, the 63. Mark Richardson, 117. Justin Plow back out in the 12. Sheldon Grant, the 27X. Evan Archer, the 35. John Duff, the 74. Don't see Brent Kelsey out there, the 30, but Cody Tiedemann is out there, the 21. And Troy Lukasevich on the 755 Yamaha. Good mix of Yamahas and Skidoos in this one. We'll see how it all unfolds. 4 laps is the distance. Green is out and we're underway. Looks like Justin Plow got the whole shot there on the initial start. We'll see how it all ends in turn number 1 and 2. It looks like he's going to hold on to the race lead as they work the back straightaway. So they head down the back stretch. We'll sort the field out when they come back by down the front straightaway as they go to turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line. Lap number 1 of 4 is in the books, and Justin Plow, the long way around, grabs the lead. Cody Tiedemann there for second. John Duff holding on to spot number 3 at the moment as they work in turn number 1 and 2. Again, these drivers using every inch of the racetrack, and usually we see drivers kind of tucked around the inside lane, but these sleds, for some reason, they really like that outside lane. These drivers really do. Watch Justin Plow go way out there against those hay bales. Cody Tiedemann takes full advantage. He still found something down in the inside groove and was able to take away the lead. Justin Plew's going to keep it wound up around the outside lane. 2 really good grooves out there. Go way up against the outside hay bales or stay right down against the inside berm. And Cody Tiedemann elects to stay on the inside lane. Justin Plow sees it's fast down there, so he's going to switch lanes and go down to the inside portion of the racetrack. Cody Tiedemann moves to the middle as he crosses the line at the white flag. One rider slow over there in turn number 3, puts his hand up and allows the field to get on by. But we keep our eye on the race lead battle as they go up off of turn number 2 and down the backstretch. Cody Tiedemann, the race leader. Justin Plow trying to take it away from him, though, as they go down the backstretch to turn 3. Plow drives it deep into the corner, gets alongside of him as they go to turn number 3 and 4. Checkered flag is out. Riders bouncing through turn number 4, and Justin Plow at the line unofficially will get it. And that will close out Mod Stock 440. And it is time for another track sweep. As we once again will have our great track crews come to the racetrack and get a nice fresh surface for the last chance qualifier for the Pro Champ division. Glad you could join us here today once again and talk about some of our great sponsors here as well this weekend. And I'm sure DJ Shannon is caught up with a few great people around here as well. What do you got?
Time for a plow break here at the track at Eganville. And sometimes you run into a legend like this guy, Mr. Gifford. How are you, my friend?
I'm very good, thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Michael Gifford and your brother Howard Gifford, you guys are legends here. You guys built old school, you built single trackers, twin trackers, and you flew. What's it like to come back to Eganville and watch the racing today?
I always love coming here. We've been at it a long time, since I was 14 years old, and I'm going to be 71 in a couple days. Yeah, it's been a lifetime of passion and love, and it's great to come here. It's a little too cold for my liking. I like the palm trees more now, but this is great.
Now, you've raced a lot of sleds. You and your brother have raced a lot of sleds. What sleds did you race over the years?
Well, I started racing a 12.3 Olympic back in 1970, and then bought my first new sled in 1975, Snowjet Thunderjet, and I raced Thunderjets for quite a few years. Then I went into what they call Formula One with a 340 Arctic Cat Snow Pro with a Rotax engine in it. Then I had Skidoos, I had Scorpions, I've had about a dozen Thunderjets. I retired from racing for a few years and got back into it at 63 years of age and proceeded to race till I was 65. And that year I won Ontario Championship in 3 Super Bond divisions at 65. I don't know if that'll ever be surpassed, but I hope not. But I would like to see if someone does it. I'll shake their hand. I'll be first in line.
Now, you just don't race really well. You build really well. I mean, I've seen some of your creations, and today you're still in your shop rebuilding engines.
Well, I rebuild engines and I built actual chassis. I sold my last chassis, and that's probably going to be my last build. At least that's the way I feel now, because I've got other commitments. I've got a camp now that I like to spend time at, and it's been a lifetime of love, and I've enjoyed every second in the shop, every second thinking about it, every second building them, and it's been great.
Now, it was a long time when you first came to this track. What would have been on the starting line here when you first came?
The first time I came here was with a my 1975 Snowjet Thunderjet, about 1979. It was the first time I came here, and there was lots of machines. There were like 75 machines in my class that year. There was lots of machines back then. I raced Mod Stock 3 with my 1975 Thunderjet. And won against 75 other entries. It was quite a lot of racing, a lot of fun.
I remember having a conversation once with Peter Van Dolder, and he talked about in the round robin how many heats you'd have to get through to get to the final, and then sometimes you'd be racing 2 different classes. How physically demanding was that?
Well, you had to be in good shape, and I was working on the railroad in Horn-Payne, which is like 600 miles away, and try to make a living in between the races. But you ended up getting in good shape, and we raced round robin, like you say. 25 of the top qualifying drivers raced each other 5 times, and then they took the 5 top qualifiers out of that. Then you had to race the last chance qualifier. There was only 6 in the final on the line in those days, and it was tough because there were 10 factory teams. So it was really tough to make the finals back then.
And you touched on something really interesting there. The factory teams, the pro driver circuit, Snow Pro, when they came to town and you're an independent, building your own sleds, working on your own sleds, racing your own sleds, what was that like when you saw the big trailers pull up? Like, was it, I've got you this time? What was the feeling like?
I loved it. I just loved the competition. I thought I could beat them all at any time. Of course, they usually prevailed, but I did make the final lots, and there's lots of times that I made the podium and was top privateer, so I'm pretty proud about that.
You've been here a long time. What was your favorite era on this track?
Well, I would have to say when I had my 1981 Snow Pro sled in the round robin era in Formula One, was with the IFS independent suspension Skidoos and Cats and Scorpions and Yamahas. It was all great back then. That's my favorite era. It's all been good. I mean, they always raise the bar every year. The guys are so smart and everybody's so fast. Even somebody running at the back of the pack is very, very, very committed and very smart, and it's hard to even get to the track, let alone be competitive.
I remember a few years ago you were talking to me about the engines that you used to run in the 70s, those old 3-years, and how much power you can get out of them now. What's it like if you knew now what you do then? What would you do different, and what was the power like?
Well, that's the way life is, though. You learn as you go, and I sure wish I knew. Like that's a new saying. I sure wish I knew then what I know now. But it's just the way it is, and we've learned a lot. We're actually making more horsepower out of the air-cooled engines than they did out of equivalent liquid-cooled. So we're using modern technology inside these old vintage engines and making them as good or better than some of the modern engines.
Now, I remember you posting a video once, and you were showing your tack on your. I think you were rebuilding a 340,
right?
And you said, 10. I said, what's the RPM? You said 10.3. And I said, I'm pretty sure I'm hearing 10.5 because I'm a bit of an idiot. But what RPMs are you running on these engines?
Well, usually it's over 10. The Champs, most of them run 10, but some on our data download at the end of the stretch, we're sometimes hitting 10.5. We try to tune it so it stays a little under that, but the pipe temperature changes the RPM the engine makes power at. As it gets hotter, the pipe temperature changes the speed of sound, and it changes the RPM you got to run at. So you got to set them so they'll rev a little higher than you'd think, and that's what we do. And it's a constant game trying to get the sweet spot.
Now, it's interesting in today's snowmobile world, a 600 is a small sled for a lot of people. 800s, 850s is a nice sled. Some people like to go higher than that. But I remember watching you guys racing and other people racing on 250s and 340s. When I tell people that, they say, well, was that a kid's class? Tell what it was like to race a Supermod 250 or Supermod 340, the power, the RPMs, and how rascally those things were.
Well, they would really go, people don't realize, they weighed 320 to 360 pounds. And power to weight ratio was every bit as good as anything that's out there, even the big sleds now. And on an oval track, racing against the factories like Brad Hewlings and Jacques Villeneuve and Gary Vasseur and the Van Dolers. And the list could go on. Steve Thorson, the guys are just on top of their game, and they flew. If the 340s would run with, they would lap a 1200 out here. If you put a 1200 trail sled on the sled against the 340 IFS, the 340 IFS would lap it.
Incredible. And you also mentioned some big, powerful names there. I remember going to the races and seeing all those names like the Reimer Schneiders, the Hewlings, Van Dolers, Vasseurs. It must have been something when you guys lined up on the start line, looked up and down, like you loved each other, but for the next 2.5 minutes, I'm not going to love you anymore. What was the competition like with so many amazing drivers?
The drivers were, there were a lot of factory-sponsored drivers. Money was no object, and they had all the best of the best. So guys like me and my brother were just doing our best to compete against them. I wasn't intimidated by them. After the first few times on the track, you get to realize I can run with these guys. And the odd time I get out in front too, which made me feel good. But generally, the factory-sponsored teams usually ended up prevailing.
Now, we start off this morning at about minus 30 Celsius. And I go over there and I see some people with the nice trailers and the big rigs. Other guys are working out of no heat and stuff. I remember watching some guys like, you remember that? What was it like for guys racing out of pickup trucks in the 70s, working on snow twisters, TXs, RVs and stuff, and it was brutally cold. What was it like when you look over to see somebody working out of the truck and there's the factory team with the winches lowering everything down? What was it like?
Well, you got a little envious for sure, but we didn't know any better, and we worked outside in 30 below. When you're in your 20s, you're like Superman. And I changed ignition systems outside in 30 below weather and stuff like that. It'd be hard to do that nowadays, but we didn't think anything of it. It was all we were just so thrilled to be there that we would have done that backwards uphill on our knees,
What is it old guys like us say? Kids today, they don't know.
They don't know. Oh, well, every generation is different. And of course, the older generations always think the younger generations don't know, but they do.
Younger generation will never have the memories and knowledge you two have of old sleds and this track. Thanks so very much for freeing up your time. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Well, it was my pleasure also. Like I say, it's been a lifetime of passion, and I still have it.
This guy knows so much about engines and sleds. What a pleasure talking to you. Thanks so much for joining us here in the staging area. They're working on the track. Let's see what else is happening today here at the 50th running of the Bonnechere Cup in Eganville, Ontario. Quiet time here at the track while they do some maintenance. Come on over here. I got to talk to you. Ball stake. We got some quiet time here at the track. So let's go meet a few more racers. I ran into these guys a few years ago. First, I'm going to get you to say your name because it's so cold out my mouth hurts.
Hey, Phil. I'm Kyle Hoffman.
Mark Stevenson.
You guys are buddies. How did you guys meet?
We met through the Antique and Classic Snowmobile Club of Canada many years ago, and we both had an interest in vintage snowmobiles. We ended up racing vintage snowcross together, as a matter of fact with you as well, Phil. And I decided to take on oval racing to carry on my family heritage, and I ended up convincing Mark to join my team, and now he buys 110 race fuel every weekend and asks me why he chooses to do this.
Can't afford it anymore. Can't afford it.
Nobody buys lunch. They buy race fuel for each other. That's the high currency.
That's exactly it.
You race a cat, but you race
Mercury. Raced on a Mercury trail twister.
Which is Kohler powered?
Kohler powered 340 fan.
A legendary chassis.
It is 76.
But your family also raced Mercury.
Yes, both my uncles, Rick and Craig Hoffland, they both raced Merc in 75. And then in 76, as a matter of fact, my uncle Craig actually also raced here on these grounds of the 1976 Bonnechere Cup.
That must be great memories of when you, because I've seen your pictures of the track and, there's your uncle out there racing. It must be really neat when you sit there and you're on the same track.
Absolutely, and not only just with Uncle Craig and Uncle Rick, my great uncle Doug Hoffland and his drivers John Howlett and Rick Walker also raced on these grounds. It's it's an honor to carry on the tradition from them 50 years ago, carrying on the name today.
So there must be a lot of racing tips that you don't pass on to your buddy because you don't want to tell him all the secrets, right?
No, exactly. Like we run two different classes. I run F500, he runs Fan 340, and that we can determine places on the track. Like I can tell him where there's a good line or not, and he can feed that back to me. But as far as other than that, we pretty much work well together.
Now it's interesting. You're running IFS on front end. You're running Leaf Spring. What's it like running Leaf Spring? Because the track on Friday, I skated a lap here. 2 minutes and 43 seconds was my lap time, and I'm very proud of that. But the track from Saturday morning to Sunday changes. So what's it like with Leaf Springs on this track as it breaks down over the weekend?
Honestly, it's really rough. It's really hard to hold on to. It's almost like a cross-country or snowcross track at times. Very rough, very bouncy, and it wears your forearms down, your arms, your whole upper body down very quick. It's hard to do even the full 4 laps.
I've seen you leaning into the corners and you've got it, and then suddenly that ski, it starts telling you a different story. What's it like when you feel that ski coming up?
You just got to keep countering it wherever way it goes. You just got to instinctively counter the other direction, but yeah, you got to really lean in. If you don't lean in, you're going to go straight. You're going to flip off to the right side, and there's a lot of learning. I've only got a couple seasons under my belt, but I'm a little bit nervous of the track more than the race itself, but we'll see how it is. It's starting to chip up a little bit, but it's cleared up pretty nice right now.
Now over on your Formula 500, right?
That's correct, yes.
There's a lot of good racers and some pretty fast sleds in that class. What's it like for you when you're on that start line? You know on who's left and right side of you. What's that like when you look up down the row?
I'll tell you right now, it's very intimidating, but there's also many guys who have raced in this class for many years that I'm lining up with against. And the nice part is that a lot of those guys are very clean. They have experience. They know how to hold their line, and you can feel safe being around them. You know they're not going to cut in front of you or do anything crazy that's out of their control anyways.
So you guys race in different classes. Do you ever just get this, go over to somebody else like Leeches and borrow their sleds and say, okay, we're going to have this out on a single bogey sled and I'm going to kick your butt? Do you ever have those moments?
We thought about it sometimes, especially the single classes. That'd be a lot of fun to go out and try one of them or something even lower powered. Like even I used to race the Fan 500 class, and some days I miss it, and it's just those lower classes are a lot of fun. That's for sure.
Until you've raced it, you don't know how much fun that really is. I mean, this track, it looks big and you think, oh, it's a challenge on any sled. Like I watched the kids right up through, it's just amazing. Champ, everybody really fights it. It's hard.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Everyone's trying to get every little bit of ground, and especially with the way the track is, it's getting rough, especially the Sunday afternoon. Everyone's just trying to hold their own at this point, and anything can happen.
It's a track for the strong people. If you're an IT person working at a desk, don't even think about it.
No, not at all. You got to be in real good shape to do this, no matter what class it is.
And at minus 30 today?
It's even worse.
Well, you guys got heated grips and everything, right?
For now.
Nope.
Hey, thanks so much for joining me, guys. Have a great day at the track. Eagle. Time on the track. Some quiet time on the track. I'm going to introduce. It's quiet time on the track. Time to introduce you to a top racer who I've known since he was a young guy. When did you start getting involved? It's Hunter Twyman, by the way. Hunter, when did you get started?
I started here, it's about 9 years ago, racing in the junior 340 class, and I've now advanced on to Pro 500 over the years.
What classes did you, like you started off at junior, what other classes did you race to get up?
Junior 340, and then I moved up to semi-pro 340 onto the junior 500 classes, and through these past 2 years I've been racing in the pro and semi-pro divisions.
You moved up pretty fast, because I remember you were just a little kid and I looked over, there's somebody else called Hunter Twyman, because Hunter Twyman's a little kid. And you are flying, I mean, you've been smooth.
Yeah, it's been a struggle throughout the journey, but I moved up at a very young age. I started racing 500s around the age of 15, I believe it was, and it's been one hell of a learning experience since then.
And you've had somebody in your corner from day one.
I wouldn't be here without my father. That's all I can say with that.
He is out here like first thing in the morning, you walk on the track with you, like the sun's rising, I'm looking for the crew, and there you guys are, father and son, walking the tracks.
He's always pushing me to be my best, and we're learning something new every time we come off the track, no matter if it's handling to power. We're learning.
It must have something you working your way up through the ranks, and then you're looking at people you used to learn from, and then you're lined up beside them. What's it like when you look left, right? It's like, I used to envy these guys, now I got to race beside them.
It's nerve-wracking sitting on the line with all of these guys, but I will say, starting down at the bottom, I've looked up to these guys for many years, and it's an honor to finally race with them.
So we're at Eganville now. This is the 50th anniversary. You've raced quite a few tracks. What is your favorite track and why?
Out of all of them that I've been to, I'd have to say Woodstock, New Brunswick. That's my favorite track. It's fast, it's got nice long sweeper corners that are banked, and you carry a lot of speed there.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of the tracks are smaller. They got hairpin corners and stuff. At the end of the season up in Cochrane, and some of them, when they're like Bonnechere and here in Eganville, and you said Woodstock, those big corners, there's lots of room to move.
They're amazing. It is a cool change going to Cochrane, though. I don't mind racing a small track. It really shows who can drive a sled and who can set a sled up for a tiny track like that. But if I have to prefer anything, it'll be a wide track like New Brunswick.
Well, it's interesting because when you watch NASCAR, they got the super speedways and they've also got the small tracks, and some people love both. Some people race both and love both. Some people are like, no, give me the big corners. But you're a guy who doesn't like to see the brake light. You're a guy who wants the gas on.
100%. I mean, I obviously go out there every time to try and win. We've been struggling quite a bit this weekend. We've seemed to get her figured out now, but I don't mind a tight track, I'll say that.
And the temperatures?
I love the cold. Last weekend in Montebello, the -40s they were a bit much, but I don't mind racing in the cold, other than your hands. They get cold.
And again, I saw you guys walk on the track first thing in the morning. I go to take a sunrise picture, and who's that? Oh, of course it's you guys.
Yeah, we like to get a feel for the track early in the morning, go out, look at the corners, see where the best line's going to be, and test that in the first heat.
What's your favorite part of race day?
Spending time with everybody. It's
a great group of racers. Like the respect in the corners. Like you guys come in, they're so hot and so tight. I can't believe what you do.
It's always a clean race, and it's even better when you bring a friendship into it with people. You go out there knowing it's going to be a clean, hard race, no matter what it'll be.
And your dad's watching the whole time.
I got to make him proud somehow.
If there's a problem on the track, that means no dessert at supper, no apple pie. That's it.
That's right. To him, as long as I try my best, that's what matters to us.
Excellent. Hey, have yourself a great afternoon out here. It's a perfect day. I mean, the temperature now is warmed up to I think -21. I mean, I'm going to have to get some sunscreen for this.
Beautiful day.
Have yourself a great afternoon. Thanks for freeing up your time, and congratulations. I've known you since you were young, and to see you out here just flying with the biggest guns, good for you, my friend. Good for you.
Thank you very much.
More action coming up here at the 50th anniversary running of the Bonnechere Cup in Eganville, Ontario, brought to you by Bonsai Productions. Just wait till the sweeper's gone by here. Rupp? Oh yeah, people still race Rupps. We got a Rupp racer with us today. Who are you? Tell me about your sled.
Yeah, sure. So it's actually a 76 Arctic Cat hood with a Rupp theme. My grandfather grew up driving Rupp, so we kind of kept tradition alive when I designed the sled. And so my name's Josh, and I'm Rickard, and I'm from Iroquois Falls, Ontario. I'm on the board for the Bonnechere Cup. So you got Dan and Norm to thank for getting me into this. So I made the Saturday Sport Final, and I'm hoping we can do some fun today.
We've all seen pictures of this Rupp. Everybody loves seeing this Rupp. What was the influence? You said it's in your family.
Yeah, so when ironically enough, Dan from Cochrane was my high school shop teacher, and he was into vintage sleds, got me into vintage sleds, and my grandfather had a Rupp, so we restored it with the intent to eventually put it in the museum. So when we got into ice oval racing, I thought, you know, it'd be fun to keep the Rupp theme going. So my 500 fan and my 500 liquid both have Rupp paint schemes and Rupp stickers, and yeah, it's a cool sled. It's seems to be one of a kind at most events. Not too many people run the Rupps anymore, so yeah.
What's it like in the 500 class running this?
The F500 is a different animal, that's for sure. I raced Fan 500 for a couple of years and moved up to the Sport 500 last year, and it's a weapon.
Yeah, there are some really fast sleds and some really fast racers.
Absolutely. Even in the sport class, I know a couple of years going back, there was only 4 or 5 of us, and this year I think we got 16 or 17 in the class, and not beginners. There's some decent drivers out here. So,
do you ever use the Rupp levers? Like, hey guys, Rupp coming through. Come on, give me some room. Rupp coming through.
Not yet, but I'm hoping I can have the Rupp brand supported when I get the checkered flag today.
Thanks so much for freeing up your time, and go Team Rupp.
Thank you. Take care, Phil.
Of course, if you're listening on the live frequency, 107.9 FM, we especially appreciate you doing that. And if you're here live and in person today, we certainly do appreciate you joining us here. Got to thank everybody from Castle Building Center and Honest Herbs for being on hand with us. Don't forget, check out Fat Les Chip Stand over there in the pit area. They are busy as always, but they want everybody to come over there and support them, and we're glad to have them on hand with us. Les and their entire crew doing a great job. They have got locations anywhere and everywhere. See them all summer long, Cornwall, and all the dirt racing that I take part in throughout the summer months. So, Fat Les Chip Stand, well known around the area, and get over there to see them, and they say they're going to be open right straight through until the last person that wants something is fed. So that's the plan over there. They had a little struggles last night, but they're up and running at full song over there, and we hopefully get a chance to go over and see them at Fat Les Chip Stand here today. And they'll be open straight through way past the end of the Bonnechere Cup. So if you're looking to, if you haven't gotten anything to eat all day long, you can head over there and grab something before you head out, or just grab something and, yes, just eat more at Fat Les's. That's all you can do. Keep going until it's all gone. That's all we can say. You can have the leftovers, Shannon, but I doubt there would be any leftovers over there. They usually sell out, and they sell out fast, so it's good to see them here with us this weekend, and glad to see you great race fans braving the elements today and braving the elements all weekend, too. My goodness, it has been, it's no secret, it has been bitter cold out there the last couple of days, but you folks have done an outstanding job supporting this event. And, hey, it's Canada. It's the way the weather usually is, freezing cold like it is. But anybody in the summertime who says, I can't stand the heat, well, I don't know what to tell you. Race officials will be getting into their positions very shortly, and we'll get this last chance qualifier for Pro Champ underway here, which is next on our schedule. We are getting ever closer to the Bonnechere Cup. One more thing left to do before we set our field is the last chance qualifier. So 5 laps will be the distance of this one. Top 3 will transfer to the 50th Bonnechere Cup. And that Bonnechere Cup will be 15 laps in distance tonight, or this afternoon. As the sleds have fired up, and we will give you the list of drivers who will be in this last chance qualifier. It'll be Reed Klinger, the 221. The Reed Klinger, Felipe Royal alone, and Dale Dingman in this one, ready to go. 5 laps will be the distance. Turn them loose. Green is out and we're underway. Field down the back straightaway. First lap this time by will be Reed Klinger, your race leader. Felipe Royal alone to that extreme outside, or excuse me, that is Dale Dingman, the 24, is into lap number 1. Felipe Royal alone back there, position number 2 as they roll it into turn number 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Reed Klinger, though, in command off of turn number 2. Starting to stretch that lead out over Lalonde and Dingman as they roll it into turn number 3 and 4 one more time. But lap number 2 in the record books, and Klinger still continues to show the way. Lalonde and Dingman there for spots 2 and 3 right now as they roll it through turn number 1 and 2. Again, down the back straightaway. Field separated by about 5 sled lengths apiece as they hustle down the back stretch. White flag will be displayed this time by Reed Klinger. Well out in front. With the white flag wave. Final time around. Felipe Royal alone. Dale Dingman has gone off into the pit area. Done for this one. As they work the back straightaway. Reed Klinger looking to finish this one out, and he will collect the win in the last chance qualifier for the Pro Champs. On the way to the Bonnechere Cup, Reed Klinger is in. And that was the last chance qualifier for Pro Champ. Semi-Pro Formula 500 ready to roll trackside next for their final. Semi-Pro Formula 500 final. This will be for 5 laps. Give you the list of drivers that are scheduled for this one. See the 177, that is going to be Anthony Pettinelli, Joseph Pettinelli in the 178. Nicholas Padre, the 16X, Hunter Twyman on the 15, Marcus Bilo, the 22, Dale Hunter on the number 3, and the 919, that is going to be Sam Shakes. As the rest of the field starts to line up as well. Michel Frenier, the 53. Colin Ranger, the 77. Alicia Robitaille on the 97. Kyle Hofflin on the 359. And again, this will be for 5 laps. It'll go by quickly as well. We get set and ready to go. Final in Semi-Pro Formula 500. Stock Single Fan, Supermod 340, Superstock 440, and Outlaw to finish this group of races out before the 50th Bonnechere Cup. Martin Boucher has the field in his control. 5 laps will be the distance. Semi-Pro Formula 500. Set to go green. We're underway. And it looks like Hunter Twyman got the jump into turn number 1 and 2. One sled away around the extreme outside lane as they go to 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. It is going to be Nicholas Proudrier out in front of the field as they go to turn 3 and 4. Then everybody after each other for spots 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Marcus Bilo has that 3 spot. He made a big move to the inside lane. It is Nicholas Proudrier, your race leader, as they go to turn number 1 and 2 with Hunter Twyman second and Bilo back to the 3 spot off of turn number 1 and 2. Proudrier, who finished second in the Cole McMichael Memorial yesterday, trying to make up for it here and looking for the win. Hunter Twyman in a battle with Marcus Bilo for the runner-up spot as they go to 3 and 4. Down to the line this time by. Bilo puts it down to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll pick up the 2 spot as they come down the front straightaway in lap number 2. Nicholas Proudrier, your race leader, and starting to stretch that lead out big time as Bilo up to second, trying to run down the race leader if he possibly can. He's been really good in that extreme inside lane. Proudrier moving it up to about the middle portion of the racetrack as they work it through turn number 1 and 2. And problems with Hunter Twyman once again. Hunter had some problems in the earlier event that he was in. Similar issues once again, and heartbreak twice. Tough break for Twyman. He sits there idle on the extreme outside lane. We'll keep our eye on him here. We're still under green flag conditions. The yellow flag is posted over there. That's to allow the drivers to get through safely. And Nicholas Proudrier, your race leader. Marcus Bilo second. As the 3 of Dale Hunter now moves it up to the 3 spot. White flag is in the air. Final trip around. Nicholas Proudrier trying to take it home. He was second yesterday. Is working through some slower traffic as they go to turn number 3 and 4. Down to the line, Nicholas Proudrier is going to take it home. The winner in Semi-Pro Formula 500. Marcus Bilo second, and Dale Hunter will cross in position number 3. Stock single fan ready to roll to the racetrack next as Hunter Twyman's sled will get picked up by our tow sled over there in turn number 4. And again, second straight event for him to have that tough break happen. That's just a hard thing to take, but he'll be back next time as we will be ready to go. This is race number 50 on the docket. Stock single fan up right now, Supermod 340, and then Superstock 440 and Outlaw. Round out this stretch of racing action, and then the 50th Bonnechere Cup will complete it. As the field rolls on out, we'll give you the list of drivers that are scheduled to go in this one here. Cody Jensen scheduled to go the 235. Matt Overperlater, the 41. Evan Archer, 35. Alex Overperlater, the 140. Ryan Carson, the 501. Noah Lapierre, the 128. Kyle Leach, 115. Carter Hillier on the number 21. That is the rundown of drivers scheduled to go in this race. After this, it'll be Supermod 340. 3 laps is the distance in stock single fan. Martin will be ready to turn these drivers loose as they work through the opening lap. Green is out and we're underway. Ryan Carson got a great hole shot there. He jumped out into the lead early, but we'll see how it all shakes out through turns 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. Single cylinders, they'll use every inch of this racetrack. They'll be way out by the hay bales as we've seen it earlier today. One rider got a little too close to the hay bales down the backstretch. Looks like Kyle Leach has got the lead on the outside lane as they'll roll through turn 3 and 4 for the very first time. Matt Overperlater down on the inside. That 41's been working really good today. Down across the line, lap number 1 is scored, and it will be Matt Overperlater, your race leader. Evan Archer on the 35 amid that lead battle as well as they go to turn number 1 and 2. Matt Overperlater, the race leader. For how much longer? That's the question here. We got a couple of drivers right there on his taillight as they hustle down the backstretch. Again, only 3 laps, not a lot of time to get the job done, but Matt trying to get it done early as they go into turn 3 and 4. Looks like Archer has jumped it up to second. Kyle Leach now holding on to third. They're carrying everybody way up to the wall on the outside lane. Kyle Leach, Alex Overperlater in a battle for the number 3 spot as the white flag waves in the final lap. Matt Overperlater, the race leader, trying to hold on and win another final today as they work down the back straightaway. Battle still on for the number 3 spot. Kyle Leach down to the inside lane. Alex Overperlater trying to take it away from him down the back stretch. In the meantime, Matt Overperlater into turn 3 and 4 will have the lead. Checkered flag is in the air, and Matt will collect the victory. His second final win of the day. As they bring it off the turn, and Alex Overperlater with a problem slows to the stop on the outside lane, but it won't matter as Matt Overperlater picks up the win in stock single fan. That will do it for that one as we move right into Supermod 340. That will be for 5 laps. So, great crowd on hand here today, and we thank each and every one of you for joining us here today, no matter where you may be, whether you're watching on the Bonsai Productions live stream or you're listening on the 107.9 FM transmitter or you're here in person. We certainly do thank you. And again, want to thank Castle Building Centers and Honest Herbs for being on hand with us. Don't forget, Fat Last Chip Stand still over there open on the back straightaway if you're looking for something really good to have. And don't forget, our local hockey club is still doing their thing in the kitchen in the clubhouse, so take the opportunity to go see them. And a reminder, if you are having a few adult beverages here today, we ask that you please find a safe way home if you're planning on having a couple of extra. If you're celebrating a big win by one of your favorite drivers today, that's all good and fine, but we ask you to find a safe way home. And if you can't find a safe way, I'm sure there's somebody here that will be glad to take you to your destination later on. Supermod 340 drivers rolling trackside. Looks like it's Luke Lacasse and Hunter Sobalski are going to be having a little match race here to see who is the superior driver. We'll find that out with Supermod 340. It's scheduled for 5 laps, but we'll check that out. Green is out and we're underway. Luke Lacasse, Hunter Sobalski ready to battle it out, and Luke Lacasse trying to make short work of this field as he hustles down the backstretch with a big lead already. Hunter Sobalski second. And again, coming up after this race, we are going to have a Super Stock 440 and then the final for Outlaw. Before we go into the final track sweep of the day, Hunter Sobalski got way out of shape off the corner. Part of that racetrack over there has gotten pretty bumpy in the last little while, but driver's been able to navigate around that and get through it pretty cleanly. As Luke Lacasse continues to show the way down the backstretch, the white flag will be waving this time by. Luke trying to win his first final of the weekend. But Hunter Sobalski going to keep hanging in there and keep trying to see what he can pull off here as they come down the front straightaway of the white flag. Super Stock 440 will be next for their 4-lap final, and then the 7-lap final for the Outlaws to conclude this group. Before we get into the 15-lap 50th Bonnechere Cup for the Pro Champ sleds, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke Lacasse, barring anything major, he's just going to take his time coming off the corner, and he'll grab the win in Super Stock 440. Supermod 340. Super Stock 440 will be coming to the racetrack next. And the Super Stock 440 drivers rolling to the racetrack. Cody Zatto, Jean-Marc Barban, the 33X. Sam Taylor, the 21. Dave Smith on the number 1. Ryan Matthews, the 95. Gord Archer, 35. John Duff, 74. Mark Richardson, 117. Jake Zevenbergen, 777. That's the list of drivers that are scheduled to go in this one, and then it'll be the Outlaw 7-lap final as you see them staged down there in the infield ready to go after this one. And as we mentioned, the 50th Bonnechere Cup will roll on out after the final track sweep of the day. Martin Boucher has them in his control, and we are ready. Green is out. We're underway. 4 laps to decide it. And surprise, surprise, Cody Zatto once again jumps into the race lead. We've seen this quite often here in the last couple of hours or so. Cody Zatto has had a fast sled all day long, and he's looking to keep it up front. But John Duff looks like he's got that 74 working good in second. Then a battle going on for the 3 spot right now. We'll check that as they come on by. But lap number 1 of 4 is in the record books, and it is going to be Cody Zatto leading the way. John Duff there for second. Third is the 35 of Archer as they hustle down the front straightaway. Gord Archer back there in third. In the meantime, Cody Zatto starting to check out on the field. We've seen him do this countless times today, as John Duff still holding on to the number 2 spot. Gord Archer back there in third. Looks like Matthews trying to move in here in the late going of this one. The 95 running in the 4 spot. White flag is in the air. Final trip around for Cody Zatto, looking for, I believe, his 4th final win of the day. We'll have to double check that though, but he has won quite a bit here in the last little bit as they hustle down the back stretch for the final time. Checkered flag will be waving. Cody Zatto looking to put it in the record books. John Duff doing everything he can to try to run him down, but he's running out of time. And right now, the Ryan Matthews 95 looking to take over third and does so in turn number 3. But Cody Zatto, nobody stopping him today, picks up the win. John Duff will be second at the line for third. It will be Ryan Matthews going to the podium in the 95. So that will do it for Super Stock 440, the Outlaw division coming up next for their 7-lap final. Then we will go to the Pro Champ final. The Bonnechere Cup will be next. So Chris Plasky, the 19, Rob McCall, the 62, the 4 of Ronald Tariff, 1 of Joe Schneider, the 1S of Kyle Schneider, and the 24 of Chris Sarpy will be the running order as the rest of the field rolls on out. Again, the only class on the weekend that will be doing a flying start. So 7 laps will be the distance in this one, and we will be set and ready to go. 7 laps is the distance. Martin gave them all the signal when they rolled on out initially. Chief Director of Traffic Control. How about, there you go, that's it, official title right there. We are set to go. 7 laps for the Outlaws to close out this group, and then it'll be all about the Pro Champs for their 15-lap Bonnechere Cup final. The green is out and we're underway. Chris Plasky has dominated today, and he's looking to keep it going. He won the Outlaw final yesterday, and he's looking to do it one more time. Joe Schneider trying to deny him that as he hustled down the back straightaway to complete lap number 1 this time by. Schneider right there with him in second. Ronald Tariff into third as they hustle off of turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line for lap number 1. Joe Schneider back there second, Tariff still third. Kyle Schneider, Rob McCall. And the 24 of Chris Sarpy holding on to the number 6 position. But right now it's all about Chris Plasky. He is driving away from everybody at this time. Working it through turn number 3 and 4 down to the line, Joe Schneider. And Robert Tariff holding on to third. Drivers out there trying to find some clean racetrack if they possibly can to try and catch Chris Plasky down the backstretch. But Chris has had a fast sled all weekend long. As I mentioned, he won yesterday's final and one of the heat races as well. So Chris is going to be tough to beat in this one as we're working lap number 3 of the 7-lap final for Outlaw. Joe Schneider doing all he can to run him down. We're going to have a battle shaping up for 3rd, 4th, and 5th between Tariff, Schneider, and Rob McCall as they go to turn number 1 and 2. As they work through 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Top 2 have driven away from everybody. The battle is on for 3rd. And Rob McCall is going to pick up that spot down the back straightaway as they come down to complete the halfway point. 4 down, 4 more to go. As Rob McCall has picked up 3rd, Robert Tariff into 4th, Kyle Schneider 5th, Chris Sarpy is 6th. But in the meantime, Chris Plasky enjoying a comfortable lead, about 10 sled lengths over Joe Schneider as they bring it through turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line with 2 laps left to go. 2 laps remaining. Joe Schneider running in the runner-up spot right now. Rob McCall all by himself in 3rd. Everybody pretty well spaced out around the racetrack. No position on pace here in the last couple of laps, but Chris Plasky hoping that the number 1 spot does not change for him. He'd like to go to victory lane again. White flag in the air for Chris Plasky. Final trip down into turn number 1 into that 19 has been quick all weekend long. He's trying to continue that for 1 more straightaway and 2 more corners as he works it down the back stretch to turn number 3 and 4. Joe Schneider is going to have to settle for 2nd. Checkered flag in the air, and the Outlaw winner on day number 2. He sweeps the weekend. It's Chris Plasky to victory lane. Joe Schneider will come home in 2nd. And I believe Rob McCall will come across in position number 3. Kyle Schneider will come up for 4th. Robert Tariff off the pace and out of this one, so Chris Sarpy will move up to 5th, and that will do it. Outlaws are complete. Chris Plasky to victory lane in the final today, and now it is all about Pro Champs. Bonnechere Cup, 50th edition, ready to go next. Quick track sweep coming up from our track officials. Again, those of you who bought raffle tickets, you're going to want to head up to the clubhouse and check out if you won anything from the raffle up there as well. Don't forget, Fat Les Chip Stand is open on the back straightaway. And we're going to pay homage one more time to our sponsors and all the great people that make this happen. I believe DJ Shannon is caught up with some pretty good people one more time as well.
And before I do catch up with everyone, I want to give a big shout out to Tim Baltz, who's been doing a great job here in the tower all weekend long for you. Tim, fantastic job, buddy.
Thank you very much, Shannon. I appreciate all your kind words, appreciate all the work that you do, and all the work you've done today. And who'd you catch up with here during the break? Looks like it's Luke Lacasse and Hunter Sobalski are going to be having a little match race here to see who is the superior driver. We'll find that out with Supermod 340. It's scheduled for 5 laps, but we'll check that out. Green is out and we're underway. Lacasse, Hunter Sobalski, ready to battle it out, and Luke Lacasse trying to make short work of this field as he hustles down the backstretch with a big lead already. Hunter Sobalski second. And again, coming up after this race, we are going to have a Super Stock 440 and then the final for Outlaw. Before we go into the final track sweep of the day, Hunter Sobalski got way out of shape off the corner. Part of that racetrack over there has gotten pretty bumpy in the last little while, but driver's been able to navigate around that and get through it pretty cleanly. As Luke Lacasse continues to show the way down the backstretch, the white flag will be waving this time by. Luke trying to win his first final of the weekend. But Hunter Sobalski going to keep hanging in there and keep trying to see what he can pull off here as they come down the front straightaway of the white flag. Super Stock 440 will be next for their 4-lap final, and then the 7-lap final for the Outlaws to conclude this group. Before we get into the 15-lap 50th Bonnechere Cup for the Pro Champ sleds, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke Lacasse, barring anything major, he's just going to take his time coming off the corner, and he'll grab the win in Super Stock Supermod 340. Super Stock 440 will be coming to the racetrack next. And the Super Stock 440 drivers rolling to the racetrack. Cody Zatto, Jean-Marc Barban, the 33X. Sam Taylor, the 21. Dave Smith on the number 1. Ryan Matthews, the 95. Gord Archer, 35. John Duff, 74. Mark Richardson, 117. Jake Zevenbergen, 777. That's the list of drivers that are scheduled to go in this one, and then it'll Martin Boucher has them in his control. And we are ready. Green is out. We're underway. 4 laps to decide it. And surprise, surprise, Cody Zatto once again jumps into the race lead. We've seen this quite often here in the last couple of hours or so. Cody Zatto has had a fast sled all day long, and he's looking to keep it up front. But John Duff looks like he's got that 74 working good in second. Then a battle going on for the 3 spot right now. We'll check that as they come on by. But lap number 1 of 4 is in the record books, and it is going to be Cody Zatto leading the way. John Duff there for second. Third is the 35 of Archer as they hustle down the front straightaway. Gord Archer back there in third. In the meantime, Cody Zatto starting to check out on the field. We've seen him do this countless times today, as John Duff still holding on to the number 2 spot. Gord Archer back there in third. Looks like Matthews trying to move in here in the late going of this one. The 95 running in the 4 spot. White flag is in the air. Final trip around for Cody Zatto, looking for, I believe, his 4th final win of the day. We'll have to double check that though, but he has won quite a bit here in the last little bit as they hustle down the back stretch for the final time. Checkered flag will be waving. Cody Zatto looking to put it in the record books. John Duff doing everything he can to try to run him down, but he's running out of time. And right now, the Ryan Matthews 95 looking to take over third and does so in turn number 3. But Cody Zatto, nobody stopping him today, picks up the win. John Duff will be second at the line for third. It will be Ryan Matthews going to the podium in the 95. So that will do it for Super Stock 440, the Outlaw division coming up next for their 7-lap final. Then we will go to the Pro Champ final. The Bonnechere Cup will be next. scheduled to go in this race. After this, it'll be Supermod 340. Three laps is the distance in stock single fan. Martin will be ready to turn these drivers loose as they work through the opening lap. Green is out and we're underway. Ryan Carson got a great hole shot there. He jumped out into the lead early, but we'll see how it all shakes out through turns 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. Single cylinders, they'll use every inch of this racetrack. They'll be way out by the hay bales as we've seen it earlier today. One rider got a little too close to the hay bales down the backstretch. Looks like Kyle Leach has got the lead on the outside lane as they'll roll through turn 3 and 4 for the very first time. Matt Overperlater down on the inside. That 41's been working really good today. Down across the line, lap number 1 is scored, and it will be Matt Overperlater, your race leader. Evan Archer in the 35 amid that lead battle as well as they go to turn number 1 and 2. Matt Overperlater, the race leader. For how much longer? That's the question here. We got a couple of drivers right there on his taillight as they hustle down the backstretch. Again, only 3 laps, not a lot of time to get the job done, but Matt trying to get it done early as they go into turn 3 and 4. Looks like Archer has jumped it up to second. Kyle Leach now holding on to third. They're carrying everybody way up to the wall on the outside lane. Kyle Leach, Alex Overperlater in a battle for the number 3 spot as the white flag waves in the final lap. Matt Overperlater, the race leader, trying to hold on and win another final today as they work down the back straightaway. Battle still on for the number 3 spot. Kyle Leach down to the inside lane. Alex Overperlater trying to take it away from him down the back stretch. In the meantime, Matt Overperlater into turn 3 and 4 will have the lead. Checkered flag is in the air, and Matt will collect the victory. His second final win of the day. As they bring it off the turn, and Alex Overperlater with a problem slows to the stop on the outside lane, but it won't matter as Matt Overperlater picks up the win in stock single fan. That will do it for that one as we move right into Supermod 340. That will be for 5 laps.
A little bit of quiet time on the track, so let's go up to the stands and talk to some people who are really, really well dressed. The era of leather. Roy,
Yes.
leather suits. What was the thing?
Well, you just had to look like the racers, so you wanted to have leathers.
They went fast. If you
Yeah.
wear leathers, you went fast.
Yep, you got it.
Stylish skidoo suit.
All right, 1995 Mach set.
Oh man, the mock. It's all about the triples.
Yeah.
And your buddy
Ryan.
Ryan, where'd you get the suit, man?
I bought this locally in Bracebridge. We made our haul here from Bracebridge, so this had to come in minus 35 weather.
Is this a Muskoka thing? Everybody's got to wear leather?
Absolutely.
Now, Roy, you have a big history in racing. You go way back. You've been to all of them. You rebuild engines. What's it like being at Eganville today?
Oh, it's good. It's definitely cool. It's for it to be 50 years is pretty awesome. So yeah, we always come. So it's just a tradition for us to be here anyway.
Now, I can't even put a carbide on without snapping bolts, but Roy here, Roy can rebuild entire engines, high-end engines. What's your favorite engine to work on?
Anything that says Rotax on it.
But everything's metric then, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You've worked on a lot of sleds. You've seen all the sleds race. I remember you had a 1980 Skidoo race sled, Snow Pro.
I've had lots of. Yeah, it's just too many to count.
What was your favorite race sled to own?
Probably the 78 Superstock Blizzard, I would say. And I have one of those to this day. So.
And you've been at the track for a long time. But for you, what's it like today?
This is my first time here, and it's amazing. This is a total different experience.
I find it wild, the different classes from kids through to Formula 500. I mean, the speeds, the drivers.
Right. This is we went to Eagle River last year, and we had to come to Eganville to check it out locally. So this is great.
It's a big track.
Massive. This is great.
Thanks so much for joining me, guys, and thanks for looking so stylish. It's not important how fast you go, it's how you look going fast.
Got it. It's great. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you. Eganville, Ontario, 50th anniversary of the Bonnechere Cup, brought to you by Bonsai Productions.
representatives here. Hopefully everybody in the VIP booths over there towards turns 1 and 2 have had a great time this weekend as well. Also wanted to send out a quick reminder to everybody, if you are celebrating with a few adult beverages today, we ask that you please find a safe way home, because we do want to see you back here for the 51st Bonnechere Cup in 2027. Looking forward to that one. We hope that you'll be able to be a part of it, as well as the final few riders get set and ready to go as they are lined up, and driver introductions will take place here very, very shortly. So the signal has been given from race control. We are set to go. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to meet your starting lineup for the 50th Bonnechere Cup right here in Eganville. Starting 14th on the number 24D. How about it for Dale Dingman? Qualifying 13th today. 2018 Bonnechere Cup champion on the number 48, Felipe Roy Lalonde. Qualifying in the number 12 spot. On the number 221, how about it for Reed Klinger? Qualifying 11th today. On the number 8, how about it for Travis McDonald? Now up into the top 10. She got a final win earlier today. And she starts from spot number 10, the 79, Sabrina Blanchette. Qualifying in the number 9 position, the 2020 Bonnechere Cup champion, the 39, Tom Olson. Qualifying in position number 8, on the number 6, how about it for Gavin Peterson? Qualifying in position number 7. On the number 26, how about it for Quinn Wojak? Now up into the top 6. Qualifying in position number 6. On the number 24, it's Jordan Sabetsky. Now up into the top 5. Qualifying in position number 5. On the number 9, how about it for Dane Klinger? Qualifying position number 4. I won a heat race earlier today. On the number 88, how about it for Mark Donahue? Qualifying 3rd. This driver could possibly get his first Bonnechere Cup. On the number 3, how about it for Danik Lambert? And your top 2. The man who won it all here, 2023. He swept the day yesterday, winning everything he entered. How about it for the 102, Blaine Stevenson? And your number 1 qualifier, looking to make history to become the first driver since Jacques Villeneuve to win it 3 consecutive years. The 2-time defending Bonnechere Cup champion on the number 220, it's Gunnar Stern. Ladies and gentlemen, these year's drivers for the 50th Bonnechere Cup here in Eganville. Engines have fired. Tension still building. Once they go green, that all goes away. And we are ready to go. 14 of the very best Pro Champ sleds ready to turn it loose. for 15 laps. So the field starts to draw away. Quick parade lap, and we will be ready to go green. The 50th Bonnechere Cup is here. All the anticipation, all the pre-race festivities, all the hype is now complete. When they come back around, they'll be lined up 2 rows deep and ready to go green. For 15 very fast laps. And Gunnar Stern has pulled it into the infield pit area here. And the hood coming off. Keep our eye on this one. Crews are working their way around it, trying to diagnose the issue. All kinds of hands and wrenches down there, so they got a lot of good people working on that sled, trying to figure out the problem. Remaining field up on the outside of turns 3 and 4. We'll get everybody lined up and ready to go in just a few moments. A lot of great drivers have won this particular event over the years. We mentioned Jacques Villeneuve with the most wins at 8. Matt Schultz has 4. A lot of 2-time and 3-time winners on this list as well. Word from race control, our number 1 qualifier, Gunnar Stern, scratched for the day. What a turn of events that is. So we will go with the drivers that are on track. Blaine Stevenson will go P1 here. That'll move everybody up 1 more spot. My goodness, what a turn of events. What a heartbreak. Not sure what the problem was on that machine, but Gunnar is obviously frustrated. The team's got to be just devastated with this one. My goodness. So the three-peat will not happen in 2026. Can Blaine Stevenson go 2 out of 4? Or will we see a brand new winner? We talked about how good Danik Lambert has been. We've seen Sabrina Blanchette do some amazing things behind a snowmobile before. See if she can do it again here today. Mark Donahue looked really strong as well. Dane and Reed Klinger look good. They're all fast. All these drivers very quick. Tom Olson won this race in 2020. The field is now set. The 50th Bonnechere Cup is set to go green. Martin Boucher, the director of traffic control, has him in his hands. 15 laps, the 50th Bonnechere Cup is green. As they charge into turn number 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway, we'll pick up the field as they come down the back stretch. Down they go off of turn number 2. Sabrina Blanchette to the race lead. Here comes Blaine Stevenson in a bid for lead as they go to turn number 3 and 4. Blanchette, Stevenson 1 and 2. It is Stevenson the race leader. Stevenson to the lead. Blanchette right there behind him as they work it through turn number 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Again, 15 laps the distance. Still quite a ways to go in this one. Danik Lambert back there, position number 3 as they get set to click off. Lap number 2, and Stevenson is pulling away. Blanchette and Tom Olson now up into the top 3. Tom Olson running in third. Blanchette doing everything she can to hold him off as they work the back straightaway. Blanchette second, Tom Olson third, and Mark Donahue holding on to position number 4 at the moment, but all this happening behind your leader, Blaine Stevenson, as he works it across the line one more time. Sabrina still there in second. Tom Olson, Mark Donahue. That's their top 4 drivers right now as they motor into turn number 1 and 2. We got one sled that has stopped over there in turn number 2, but it looks like they pulled it out of the way. I believe it's one of the Klinger machines as they go into turn number 3 and 4 and down to the line. Blaine Stevenson continues to show the way. Battle still on for second. Sabrina Blanchette, Tom Olson. Second and third going at it. Again, those 2 drivers were in the top 3 in this race in 2020 with Tom Olson picking up the win as Jordan Serbeski pulls it off the speedway. He's done for this one. In the meantime, Blaine Stevenson's not done. He's won everything he's entered so far this year except for one qualifying heat race as they roll it into turn number 1 and 2. Blanchette still in a battle with Tom Olson for that runner-up spot with Mark Donahue fourth as they work it down the back straightaway one more time. But Blaine Stevenson is checking out. Here comes a bid for second. Tom Olson looking to the inside lane on Blanchette through corner number 3 and 4. Olson alongside. As Blanchette continues to hold him at bay for position number 2. Olson not able to get by. But Stevenson is checked out. The battle still on for second. Blanchette and Olson still going at it with Donahue still there in position number 4. Dane Klinger is now 5th. The battle for second goes on. Tom Olson finally finds the way by. He sneaks up into the number 2 position, and Blanchette trying to get back after him in corner number 1 and 2. No such luck that time. Blanchette back to the number 3 position as they roll it down into turn number 3 and 4. Halfway home, 8 down, 7 to go for Blaine Stevenson. Tom Olson now into second with Blanchette third. Mark Donahue fourth. Dane Klinger your top 5 right now. 6th is Gavin Peterson. Travis McDonald 7th. Lambert is 8th. Quinn Wojak is 9th. Felipe Roy Lalonde is 10th. As again, Stevenson checks over his shoulder. Sees nobody. Straightaway lead for Blaine Stevenson right now. Tom Olson is pulled away from Sabrina Blanchette, who continues to hold on to position number 3. If he can hold on, it would equal her best career finish in the Bonnechere Cup as they roll it through turn number 3 and 4 one more time. Martin Boucher says 5 laps left to go. 5 more remain. Blaine Stevenson, the race leader. Tom Olson still holding on to second. Everybody's spaced out around this racetrack right now. And Tom Olson and Sabrina Blanchette, kind of the surprise stories here in this final. They had their struggles all weekend long through qualifying and mechanical issues, but they've righted the ship somehow, and now they're right there, positions 2 and 3, but Blaine Stevenson has been the story of the weekend. Blaine Stevenson has won every final he's competed in. He swept Formula 3 yesterday and today. He won the Pro Champ final yesterday as well. Only a couple of more laps to go, and Blaine Stevenson could claim his second career Bonnechere Cup victory. Tom Olson, Sabrina Blanchette, that's still your podium right now. As the 102 of Stevenson sneaks by some slower traffic into turn number 3 and 4. 2 to go for Blaine Stevenson. Blaine's had a fast sled all day long and all weekend long. Tom Olson doing all he can to keep pace, but Blaine Stevenson Putting a whooping on the field right now as he closes in on some more slower traffic into turn number 3 and 4. Move over flag coming out for the lap cart, or lap sleds. White flag in the air for Blaine Stevenson. Blaine Stevenson rolls it into turn number 1 and 2. He's got over a straightaway advantage back to Tom Olson and Sabrina Blanchette. He's down into turn number 3 and 4. Blaine Stevenson won the Bonnechere Cup in 2023. He's going to come back second Cup win in 4 years. The 50th Cup goes to Blaine Stevenson. Tom Olson, he'll bring it off of turn number 4. He'll cross in second. And how about this performance for Sabrina Blanchette? She'll come home in position number 3 to close out the podium and closes out the Bonnechere Cup. What a race. What an event. And Blaine Stevenson showed his muscle this weekend, put it to the field. He's in victory lane for a second time in 4 years.
First of all, thank you to all the fans who showed up. Amazing. So happy you could join us for the 50th. It's very special to have you guys here. Also, thank you to all of our sponsors, volunteers, drivers for coming here from all over the place. It all makes it happen. All I can say is amazing. First of all, Gunnar Stern, we thought he had spark plug problems. Couldn't even get it going in the staging lanes. He was out, number 1 qualifier. Then Supergirl grabs the whole shot, wins $1,000 cash from Ben Harris. Good job. Amazing. Here we were thinking you were faking, you were hurt all weekend, laying back, and then you come out just flying. Anyway, it's so awesome to see you back up here. It was a few years ago. You were 3rd place on the podium again. Amazing job by the Honest Herbs team. Great job with Howard building the engines. All of you, George Sampson, you guys are awesome. And Sabrina, you were flying. You were in first for a bit, and you were hanging on to second. Great job, Supergirl.
Thank you. I just want to thank all the Samson Racing team. It wasn't an easy weekend for us. Lots of bad luck. No start. It was spinning like crazy, but we worked on it for the final, and we got a good whole shot. So thanks to all my team, and thanks to all my sponsors, Ernest Sorb, Choco Design, Hypertech, Iron Steader, Performance NC, D-Max Performance. I missed probably some Gifford, Toiture Sons Québec, IRM Stater, Umatech, just everybody, thanks so much.
Great job again, Sabrina. You're the only woman ever in Pro Champ Bonnechere Cup racing to be on the podium. That's 2/3 for you. Congratulations again. Awesome job. Second placed. He was the winner in 2019, I believe. Is that correct, Tom? Were you the winner in 2019 in the Bonnechere Cup? 2020. Couldn't remember for COVID. Anyway, great job. You were flying out there again. Weather Wheel Racing team, and you guys are just motoring all weekend. You had a great weekend over the past few races, and so happy for you, and congratulations. And I'll hand the mic over to you, and you can thank your sponsors and talk about how you like the race.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Just want to thank all the volunteers, first of all, for the 50th. So, this is awesome to be here. And just a little bit of history with Weather Wheels is Paul's been coming here for every one of the 50 years. So it's great to put Paul and the rest of the team on the podium here. I can't thank Paul and Mike and the rest of the team so much. Appreciate the opportunity, and there's just so many people at the track with this team because they're running 3 sleds during the weekend, and yeah, it's a grind. We've been struggling a lot, so it helps to be on the podium here, and yeah, it feels really good. Yeah, I don't have too much else to say. Just appreciate it. We love coming here. The guys do a great job on the track, keeping it nice and smooth for the most part throughout the weekend, and it's really hard when it's cold to keep a smooth track, but I think you guys did pretty good this weekend. So I hope you guys have a good night, and we'll see you in 2027.
Thanks for that. And we do have an amazing crew, and it's not just us directors, it's all the volunteers, the track builders, it's the sponsors, it's everything that makes this go together. And Paul and Weather Wheel Racing, congratulations on your podium second place fishings. Anyway, here we go. This is my only nickname for playing, and I said it a few years ago there, where you jam it in and make it stick. And anyway, you were flying again. Great weekend. You never lost a final. Congratulations to your whole team, your dad, your mom, and Walls. And man, 2-time winner now. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. I'll say it. Gunnar and I are bitter rivals, but you never really want to see a guy go down like that. It would have been a pretty fun race with him. Obviously, we want to win, and that's what we've accomplished. And but you don't ever want to see that. But as far as the race goes, it was good. Got a good start. Sabrina kind of surprised me there with her rocket hole shot, but was able to make a pass quick and get running. Track is really rough, and it was really strategic on picking lines. And when we got to lappers, had to kind of zone back in and figure it out. I couldn't just run that line that I was. But yeah, hats off to the team. 4 for 4 on finals with Champ and F3. Just been on a roll. It's been a rocket ship. So hats off to my mom and dad for being out here with Tanner Hurt. A lot of jump inside trailer to trailer with Dustin and Dave, and always kind of keeping us in line and making sure we're doing good. So appreciate their help. Give a shout out to my girls back home. Really miss them. Can't wait to see them. And just really proud of our whole team now. Everybody at Wild Brothers, want to give a big shout out to Dermont, who's not here, and Jordan for all the work that they do on this sled. Jeff and Terry working in the shop. Brandon and Mary in the office, keeping everything aligned, keeping all of our customers going. You see wall parts throughout the whole place, and just super proud to represent them, and how good of people they are, and everything that they bring to the sport and what it means to them. So just real excited to keep winning races for them. Got to give a shout out to the rest of our sponsors. Polaris, shout out to Hittines for winning the Sioux yesterday. Tom Jr., Ben, and Scotty for always helping us. The rest of our sponsors, FXR, Woody's Traction, Walker Evans, RCCA Co-op, Two Extreme Designs, Ultimax Belts, World Tech, all things motorsports, just everybody who's involved. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and we'll keep chasing checker flags.
Congratulations again, and yeah, you do have your stuff just flying, and you're an awesome driver and driving it in there, and congratulations on all your wins, and congratulations to Wall Brothers, because Jacques may have won this 8 times, but I think between Dave and Terry and Dustin and yourself and Tommy has probably won it about 15 times, so Wall Brothers have the most wins of the Bonnechere Cup, so congratulations to y'all.
I want to give a big shout out to everybody at Bonnechere Cup. This is a great event. We've always been real excited to come out. We're a long way from home, but you guys do a heck of a job. Shout out to all the fans on the hill. Everybody that's watching at home. Shout out to Bonsai for having a live stream, and everybody can keep in tune with us. But yeah, you guys do awesome. Big round of applause for yourselves, and we look forward to keep coming back.
Thank you. That's all we ever want, is everybody to come back, have a great time. We love racing as much as you guys love racing, so time to get the big sponsors in there with the Cup with Blaine, and congratulations again. So also, Blaine, beyond just the Bonnechere Cup, you're getting 1 out of 2 50th anniversary helmets. The other one was raffled off, but it's a special helmet for you too. President Zach and Vice President Cindy Brass, they're going to present you that trophy, or that helmet as well, Blaine. It's a 1 out of 2 50th anniversary special edition helmet. Tom, you're not even out of wind. You sure you don't want to run 42-mile marathon? Come on, Barry, quit talking. He's thirsty. All right, give that trophy to your dad and mom. You'll never outrun them. Thank you again. You drivers are the show, and I'm so proud to have you guys here in Eganville to put on a great race for us. And it's all we ever want, is to have the best racers in the world, and that's who you guys are. Anybody else want something to say? Sure. So would the Bonnechere Cup committee gather around in a circle behind behind Blaine there, we'll get a picture. So these are just the directors that do most of the work all year, but there's a lot more than us that put on this race. So anybody, you other people want to come in here who have helped all weekend, come on in for a picture quick. Corner marshals, come on in. Plow people, everybody. We can finally have a drink. Anybody got any champagne left?
You think we'll be still around, little buddy? You won't be, but I will. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Rick Scott.
Thank you.
I don't know. I know, but
I guess it's just the three of them. Corner marshals, sled pickup.
Corner woman.
Sled pickup guys are here. No, no. I was already in on a picture.
No, but there was 1,000 people. This is for the 100,000.
I will be around. It's the last Eganville leader.
Right?
It's the last Eganville leader.
It's okay, yeah.
We can handle Scott. He's all right.
He's one of the good porcelains.
Now you can take a breath of fresh air.
I was shocked when she had that ball shot.
Me too. Yeah, holy shit.
Like, where did that come from?
I was shocked too by my whole shot. I was like, oh, holy shit.
Thought like they geared it way down.
Yeah, I was like right behind you and Serena. Luckily, after the nice, like, fuck yeah.
So Blaine, sorry, very taking the leader.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was. Oh, fuck, I'm so lucky that I'm fine. It's just my back hurts. I must have like got one of my organs or something like that because like when I lift something or breathe too hard or something like that, I can feel it. Still? Oh yeah. Yeah. I didn't go for anything. It feels like that, but if it goes another week, maybe go do something. Figure it out. But, I mean, it kind of goes away when you start racing, so it helps a little bit.
So you got more dates on the circuit?
Yep. Next weekend in Belcourt, Quebec, and
oh yeah.
From there.
Oh,